shortly. We are underway with it. It can go 8 rounds. We got 2 minutes on the boards, and at the moment we got Green and Spence in there. As we said, it's only just begun. These are 2 women fighting at, I believe it's super middleweights. Green is coming in as a minus 2,000 favorite. It is a little bit difficult to tell which one is which in the moment because they're both wearing black, which is a little bit strange. But yeah, at the moment we've got Green, who is taking that center ground, throwing in some lovely shots with Spence on the outside. Nice snap jab there, left-hand jab coming in. As we've got Spence trying to find a way of getting in close. But Green doing really good work at the moment, as lovely shot there by Spence on the outside. And as we said, we're building towards our main event. Our main event, I don't know what time it's expected for the ring walks of the main event. But that obviously is going to be much later. We wasn't really expecting to start this stream for another 20 minutes. But I was just sat down getting ready and boom, the fight was on. And I was like, no way, I wanted to watch this. So I thought might as well just go early and watch it with you guys. There we go. End of round 1. End of round 1. So this is, as we said, 2 women going at it, and we've got a heavy favorite here who has already managed to stamp her authority onto this. We're just in Spence's corner at the moment. Natasha Spence coming in as a plus 950 underdog. She's got 8 wins, 6 knockouts, made her debut in 2010, but has been very inactive. She's not been the most active of fighters. And she's getting back up off her stall. She's going to be ready to get back underway very soon. Let's see if we can get the commentary. See what the commentators are saying. Celsius is in the ring. Of course, that's Jake's energy drink. Don't forget, you can vote as well as to who you think's going to be winning our main events. Yeah, that's lovely. Green backing up. Lovely shot coming back there by Spence. Spence backing up. Green is, again, jabbed to the midsection there by Spence. So, yeah, we've got, you can vote away for what you thought about or what you think is going to happen with our main events. Joe said, I'm looking forward to this boxing. Fiend Fafetti says, I'm planning on asking Daze where I can watch this for free. But if anyone in the chat knows, honestly, I don't know where's going to be showing it for free. Normally on Twitch, you get some streams popping up. So you can have a look over and have a quick search on Twitch. I would be surprised if there's any that are on YouTube because the auto-detect system. Yeah, the auto-detect system will probably get that taken down. But Twitch, you might get some joy, and over on Watch Wrestling, I would try Watch Wrestling. The website Watch Wrestling, they will likely have a stream, but I don't know if that will be up just yet. Okay. Moving forward again, Green, she's keeping Spence on the outside. Nice body shot coming in there as we've got Spence circling round. Green standing in the center. Oh, lovely hook shot. Lovely hook shot. Yeah, not a bad little fight this. Kim's Chain said hello. Will LA Knight be there to mess with Logan Paul? I don't know. I wouldn't think so. But then, you know, they're always working, aren't they? They're always working. They're always trying to build up their own things. I wouldn't be surprised to see Logan with a bottle of Prime in the crowd, but I'm not sure that we'll be getting LA Knight. Okay, that was the end of round 2. Bet-in closes in 2 hours 50, says Matter. Michael said, let's go Perry. Yeah, you can vote away. At the moment, we've had 126 votes. So you can vote away for who you think is going to be picking up the victory tonight. And also, how do you think they're getting the victory? Are we going to go all the way to a decision? Or is it going to be a case that we're going to get... Bella sounded a finish? I think Jake Paul by finish. It's not what I want, but it's what I think's going to happen. Green, again, throwing in a jab. Spence... backing up a little bit, Green, keeping it quite tight. Nice little hook shot there. Nice body shot coming in by Green. Whoa. I tell you what, she really throws in bunches. Green. Referee just stepping in. Both fighters backing away. Lovely hook shot there by Spence. Dig to the body as well. Like, this is real close combat, you know. They're really engaging with each other, and it is a really fun watch. They're not like... so. Oh, love that right hand by Green. Love that right hand. And again, she goes for a big right hand. Jabs coming in by Spence. Digging to the body. Side of the heads. Lovely combos again there by Spence. This doesn't look like a minus 2,000 against a plus 950. It doesn't look that way. They're in a clinch at the moment. Referee coming in, looking to separate both fighters. Jab coming in there by Spence. Green backing away. Circling round on the outsides. Main card doesn't start for another 45 minutes. So we've got plenty of time until we get to that main card. Right now she is driving her back against the side of the ring. Got about 15 seconds left to go. Of course, these are only 2-minute rounds. Shots coming into the side of the head again. In a clinch, little dig to the body. There we go. End of the round. Really close rounds. Jake Paul has got no chance, and he knows it, said GB the B. Honestly, Jake will win. If it was bare knuckle, though, Mike Perry all the way, Jake has no chance, and he knows it. Yeah, I've got it's probably worth just talking about that fight. I mean, I know we're getting a bit distracted, but this was a fight that I knew was going to be fun watch, and it is a fun watch. In regards to Jake, I completely agree. I think that Jake is going to... I think Mike Perry leaves too many openings. I mean, if you've watched his bare knuckle fights, he is someone that takes a lot of punishment. He takes a lot of shots. He leaves lots of openings, but he is able to weather that and then come through and put his opponents away. I mean, he is very impressive with his offense when he gets going, Mike Perry. I just think he's going to leave way too many openings. I think he's going to leave way too many openings. I also think that Jake's going to have the ability to jab, get out of there, use his movement, kind of like rely on his skills, his overall skills. Because as much as people don't want to admit that Jake's got skills, he has now. I mean, maybe when he was doing the influencer boxing, he was very, very, very limited. But having been in there and gone toe-to-toe and gone the distance with Anderson Silva, having got in there and gone the distance with Tommy Fury, who might not be the greatest boxer in the world, but he is someone that comes from a boxing family that's grown up with boxing, that has won professional boxing fights. Like, the fact that Jake went in there and was not outmaneuvered. And all right, he ended up losing that one, but it was split and it was real close. And in a lot of people's eyes, they thought that Jake had actually won that fight. So I'm not a Paul fan personally, but I am a realist where I can recognize that there has been improvement. I can recognize the effort and the work that Jake Paul must have put in, because we've seen that improvement and we've seen his physique improve him, and we've seen, like, you know, he's pretty jacked now. He's put on a bit of weight because he's getting ready for a heavyweight fight with Mike Tyson, but normally he can, like, trimmed down, and he looks good. He's got a great physique. You can tell he's been putting that work in. I just think that with Mike Perry leaving so many openings, and with Jake continuing to improve, I think this is pretty one-way traffic, to be honest. But I like your comment about if this was bare knuckle, it would be completely different. Shot coming in again there by Spence, and end of that round, as we said. It's a good fight. These two, I knew this would be a good fight. I knew that they would just engage with each other and throw and not like circle away from each other or hide from each other. Sedacia Green is the -2,000 favorite. She has got 13 wins and 11 knockouts. She's taking on Natasha Spence, who's got 8 wins and 6 knockouts. Well, these girls have got a few more rounds to go. I don't know that a finish is going to be happening here. We may be going the distance on this one. Spence proving to be a lot more game than I think people thought she was going to be. Here we go, about to get underway. People said Jake would beat Tommy, and look what happened, said Supermax. That's a hard one to answer, because I can't remember what I predicted. I think I predicted Tommy. But for me, that was a very close fight. And I think that, yeah, Jake has been doubted. Jake has been doubted a lot. And apart from that Tommy fight, which was really close, I think had you have given that to Jake, there wouldn't have been much argument. I think that he has kind of overcome everything that's been put in his way, to be honest. You know, he went in against Ben Askren. People were a bit uncertain as to whether he would do anything there because of Ben Askren being a fighter, a UFC fighter. He couldn't throw hands, but he was a proper fighter. He wasn't a basketball player. He wasn't an influencer. And obviously Jake knocked him out first round. Really impressive. Then he stepped it up and obviously took on Woodley, who was known a little bit more for his hands. Close first fight in places, but Jake won. Then they did the rematch, and you get probably the defining moment of Jake's boxing career so far, the Woodley knockout. I can't remember who was after that then. I don't know if it was Anderson Silva that was after that. And then but that was a very impressive performance. I think, you know, the Anderson Silva, I think the Woodley fight was eye-opening. It showed that Jake has got power. To be able to knock out Woodley was impressive. And then, obviously, from there, we saw the Anderson performance, which was amazing. I'm a big Anderson Silva fan, and I thought the fact that Jake was able to go the distance and actually even have Anderson in trouble at the end, I thought was impressive. And then it set him up for Tommy, and I can't remember who I thought was going to win that one. I think I went with Tommy just because that was his first proper boxing opponent. But it was so close. It was so close. They're saying that this one is really close. It's a really fun fight, but it is really close. If Paul wins tonight, do you think he could beat KSI, says Jay? Well, I think he could beat KSI anyway. I think KSI, I mean, this is difficult for me because I don't like Jake Paul. I'm not a Jake Paul fan, right? I don't really care about that. And I'm not a KSI fan, right? I just look at the boxing. I just watch the event and I watch the show and I watch the boxing. And for me, all of the, I'm team Jake Paul, I'm team KSI, take all of that out of the window, right? Not interested in that. I'm just interested in the boxing. For me, Jake Paul is the best influencer boxer, right? What I see or what I've seen from KSI in his fight against Tommy, which almost worked in all fairness, is that rocking motion where he's kind of rocking back and forth and then he'll explode forward with like a big overhand and he just keeps spamming that basically. He'll keep going for that. He'll keep hitting that. So he'll rock backwards and forwards, and then he'll throw this big overhand right? And it was really hard for Tommy to kind of work that out early on. And actually, he managed to catch Tommy a couple of times with that. Didn't put him away with it, but certainly connected and caused a few problems in the early stages. Once Tommy had worked out that was pretty much all KSI had, I thought it was quite easy for Tommy from that point. I thought Tommy was pretty much in control, and I didn't really think that Tommy was in a great deal of danger. It really felt like KSI had that one weapon. I would have loved to have seen KSI mix it up a lot more and actually show some really good combo work and actually, you know, fight in the pocket rather than just constantly bouncing back and forth and throwing that overhands. I'd like to have seen a lot more variation, and it just didn't. I just wasn't seeing that. Whereas with Jake, I've seen a lot more variation from Jake. I've seen Jake on the front foot. I've seen him on the back foot. I've seen him applying pressure, being pressured, fighting on the outside, fighting on the inside. Jake is not a perfect fighter by any means, right? But he is someone that has got skills in any of those areas. I mean, he is someone that I would expect to get in there and beat KSI. I would expect Jake to win, right? I think KSI as well keeps messing around. I mean, what the hell is this fight that he's doing on Misfits? I mean, it's a joke. It's a joke. I don't know what this is. It's the kind of thing that you might do in sparring to just work on your cardio, maybe. You know, the idea that you're going to get in there with a fighter and then they're going to have the ability to tag out and all this kind of stuff. Like, it's just not, just not boxing. I don't know what that's meant to be. And his opponents, I mean, they must feel so disrespected. If I was taking on KSI and as one of his opponents, I'd be feeling like I'm being embarrassed in front of the world. If you've not heard, KSI's taken on 2 fighters at the same time. It's just only one's allowed in the ring at any one time. It's the kind of thing you do in training to work on your cardio, your conditioning. You know, you're obviously going to get tired, but they're going to stay relatively fresh if they keep tagging, right? And so it's that, but I just don't get it. I don't understand. How does that help you get ready for Jake Paul? How's that going to help you, like, prepare for a serious fight? I mean, the thing with boxing is that you work and you try to get information on your opponent. You try to work out their weaknesses, and then you start targeting those weaknesses. Well, he's going to have to try and do that with 2 people, and he's obviously going to be getting tired, and it's going to work his cardio out. I do understand that. But, I mean, like, this isn't how you go about boxing. Do you know what I mean? Like, the art of breaking a person down, reading them, setting traps. You know, those fighters are going to fight in slightly different ways. He's going to have to do that twice. And it's like, I don't know, it's just some training thing that they've actually put on as a main event. And the kids are going to be really into it, of course, because, oh, he's taking on 2 people. But for me, it's like, nah, this isn't boxing. This isn't right. And I was someone that was on board with the tag match. I was fine with the tag match. I thought the tag match was fine. At least both teams were even. So, you know, if you can get over and tag the other person in. My only concern is in the moment where you're tagging, you may be leaving yourself exposed. So in that moment where you're tagging out, I don't want to see someone trying to tag out and then they get knocked out because they were in the process of tagging out. Like, that to me was my concern. So the whole tagging in, tagging out, that process. That was the bit I was worried about. But oh, lovely. Spence goes down. Yeah, the ref's gonna count here. There was a lovely right hand. She's back up though, Spence. End of the round. So that was right at the end of the 7th. We've only got one more round here. So yeah, not a big fan as to what they're doing in regards to that Misfits thing. I think the tag matches I can actually live with. But this 1 against 2 just goes against boxing for me. You're trying to work out your opponent. I mean, the tag match thing, that's just a side attraction. Maybe you could make it a division, but you're never going to make 1 against 2 a division, are you? You're never going to make a handicap match a division. What's the future for that? I mean, there is a future, believe it or not, for tag boxing, because you could have tag boxing champions, and you could have a tag boxing division, and you could have an amazing tag boxing team, and you could put 2 fighters together to make like custom tag boxing teams and tag boxing championship. But you're never going to do that with a handicap thing, are you? You're never going to do that with this. So for me, there's no future in what KSI is doing. I'd much rather see him get in there and have a proper fight with someone. Get in there and really test himself. If he really feels like he is better than both of these fighters, then don't fight him. Don't fight him. Why does it have to have a gimmick? Hook shot coming in there by Spence. So, Spencer's been down. Green was minus 2,000 favorite. 94% of people thought that she was going to get the victory in this. Jab coming in. That was a lovely jab. Going to the body again there. Green really turning it on. And looking good towards the end of this. Green is 13-1. She's only suffered 1 loss. They're in a clinch. Referee coming in, separating both women. We've got about a minute to go here as lovely shot. They seem to be around the back of the head there. She's got to be careful. Referee coming in and saying that. Watch the back of the lovely little uppercut there by Green. We're into the final stages of this fight. It's only an 8-round fight. It's very scrappy. Very scrappy affair as referee is coming in, looking to separate these two. Again, she comes round. Side of the heads. Backing up a little bit. Jab coming in there by Green. Oh, she went for a lovely left hook shot. Couldn't land it, though. Right hook. Tried to follow it with an uppercut. There's a lovely straight left by Green. Swing and a miss. Spence ducks underneath. Referee comes in, looking to separate both fighters over against the ropes, and it has gone the distance. Adam said, KSI is still a YouTube boxer. Jake at least fights fighters. Maybe out of their prime or MMA, but they are still fighters. Mike Perry is in his prime, though, so fair play to Jake. I agree with what you're saying, Adam, in the sense of Mike is in his prime, but also Mike is a MMA fighter. He's got a decent MMA fighting record. It's only been in the past few years that he switched over to BKFC, and he's got a 5-0 record in BKFC. Now, what I would say is that BKFC, that is a bare knuckle fighting promotion that obviously attracts good strikers, but they're not world-class strikers always. You have people that are like done with MMA, basically, that step over, that just give this a go because it's a payday. So I kind of feel like being good at BKFC is not always an indicator that you are a fantastic boxer, or that you are gonna be able to hang in like the proper boxing world. I mean, you put Mike Perry in there with like any kind of decent cruiserweight from boxing, I think he's struggling. I think he's toast. I think he's not gonna be, I don't want to say even competitive, but oh my God, just watch his fights. He leaves so many openings. He gets hit so many times. You just can't afford to get hit as often as Mike Perry does in BKFC. 78-73. 77-74. 77-74. It's going to be Green. Shadeja Green picks up the victory. It's a win for Green. Winner by unanimous decision. Now, I don't know if that was the last of our prelim fights. Main card starts at 2. And we've got a few good fights coming up before we get to that main event. Really looking forward, obviously, to Jake Paul, Mike Perry. We actually jumped on and started early so that we could watch that fight. And I'm really pleased I did because it went the distance and it was all action. So we started early just so we could get to that. Jake Paul, Mike Perry is our main event. Don't know when the ring walk's going to be, right? But before that, we will have Amanda Serrano in action. Really looking forward to seeing Amanda. She's obviously working towards the rematch with Katie Perry. That would be amazing. Katie Taylor, right? And so she's coming up to super lightweight to take on Stevie Morgan. And we don't know much about Stevie Morgan. She's 14-1. She's 13 knockouts. But I don't think she's fought much outside of her home country. So even Stevie Morgan said you won't find much footage on me, and Ariel at the press conference was like, have you done that on purpose? And she was like, well, I'm just saying, you're not going to find much footage on me. And so Amanda's not going to have been able to massively prepare for whatever Stevie's going to be bringing. I mean, look, Amanda's a massive favorite. 95% of people on Tapology have gone with her to pick up the victory. So we expect Amanda to get the win, but it should be a good fight. I'm expecting a finish for Amanda as she continues working towards Katie Taylor, but I do wish it was Katy Perry. Then we've got H2O Sylve. So much hype around this guy. 20 years old. Signed to MVP. 11-0 records, right? Minus 360 favorite against Lucas Bahdi. Lucas Bahdi is 16-0. Someone's O has got to go. And Bahdi has got 14 knockouts and he is a power puncher, right? So that fight should be really good. It's a 20-year-old against a 30-year-old. It is, I don't want to say inexperienced because he's had 11 fights, but Bahdi's got more experience. So H2O Sylve against Bahdi, that should be a lot of fun as well. So we've got Jake Paul main event. We've got Amanda Serrano, who we've watched her against Katie Taylor when they main evented in Madison Square Garden, right? She's the co-main event. Then you've got H2O Sylve. Really hot upcoming prospects. Super excited for that. Then we've got Uriah Hall taking on Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. Of course, his dad's world renowned, but he never quite lived up to the same billing. He was never quite able to reach those same heights. He was a former world champion, though, at the age of 25, but that was 13 years ago now. He lost to Anderson Silva, Chavez Jr., and it was a bit of a shock. A lot of the pundits thought Chavez Jr. would beat Anderson Silva. He's been in rehab. There's been loads of problems, but now he's taken on Uriah Hall. Uriah Hall, former MMA fighter, someone that has beaten Anderson Silva, someone that is looking to transition over into boxing to some degree. Uriah Hall is 39. Chavez Jr. is 38. So neither of these are young men, but should be fun whilst it lasts. And, you know, we've seen a lot of Uriah Hall fights in MMA. And then we've got Corey Marksman taking on Tony Aguilar. This is a rematch from the last time they fought. And the last time they fought, it was a draw. And that was back in February. It was a really fun fight. And this should be more of the same. So we've got, I'd say, a couple of fights to get through, which are so-so. Once we've got through those couple of fights, the H2O Sylve Paddy fight should bang. Amanda Serrano, that fight should bang. And Jake Paul, Mike Perry, that fight should bang as well. I'm in very little doubt that Jake Paul wins this fight. I know there's a lot of hype around Mike Perry and what he's done in BKFC. I just think that he has transitioned into BKFC only because his MMA career failed. And so he went to BKFC. I believe he's only been there for a couple of years. And as we said, he's built up a 5-0 record. But if you look at the footage, he leaves lots of openings. And he really is somebody that I think has got a future in BKFC, but I don't think has much of a future in boxing if he was to like try and get into boxing. He's a dog. He is tough. He is someone that will take a shot to throw a shot. And as you go up against better opposition, that is only going to get harder and harder and harder, isn't it? Because you get to a point where you can't take a shot to give a shot. You get to the point where the damage is just too much. And Jake, I don't know if Jake is that level. I think that Jake has definitely got power. We've seen that. We saw what he did to Woodley, right? He's also knocked out 2 professional fighters in his most recent fights. So we know that he has got power. We know that he's got the ability to put people away. I do think Mike Perry's got a bit more durability and a bit more of a chin than maybe the average person. So maybe it's going to take a little bit more to get Mike Perry out of there. But I just think Perry leaves so many openings. Perry is going to have like an incredible chin, a chin better than what I think he's got if he's gonna like survive this. I think he's gonna get clipped. I think he's gonna get hit. I think it's gonna be fairly consistent throughout the fight. I think that he can find some openings against Jake, but I don't think there'll be as many. I think Jake's gonna be a lot tidier. I think Jake has got like an amazing team around him. He's bringing in former world champions to spar with. I think that every time he has a fight, they try to tighten up areas and make improvements. I mean, he's just got this amazing camp that are all focused on just making Jake Paul better. And I just think we're at the point now where Jake is someone that should be looked at, in my opinion, as someone that could go toe-to-toe with a decent boxer now. I reckon he could get in there with a decent boxer and give them a really good fight. I don't think he would like get embarrassed. If he went in against one of the world champions, of course he would. I'm not saying he's that level. I'm not saying he's top 10 level, but I would love to see him. I would love to see him like fight someone that's ranked somewhere in the top 50 and see kind of where we are. I really don't know at this point. If he was to fight the 45th best cruiserweight in the world, whoever that may be, right? If he was to fight that person, that I think would be a very, very interesting fight. I'd be very interested to see as to how that would go, to be honest, because I don't know quite where Jake is at the moment in regards to like the rankings or like where he would fall. What I do know is that he went up against Tommy Fury and they both had a really good fight, to be honest. It went the distance and one of the judges scored it for Jake. So that does kind of raise the question of, well, where is Jake then? If he's able to go against a Tommy Fury and get some sort of, almost get some sort of result. I want to have a look actually, because on Tapology, they do tend to have kind of roughly where these fighters are. And Tommy, his last fight, Jake Paul, his fight before that was against KSI. He is obviously not a ranked fighter. Where can you like sort of find out as to roughly where they are? Let's go on here. It doesn't really do it for exhibitions, unfortunately. With MMA fighters, it can tell you roughly where they are in the world, like their world ranking. It doesn't seem to do that for influencer fighters, unfortunately. I did wonder if Tommy was going to be listed like somewhere like around, I don't know, 120 or something. I don't know where he would fall in the rankings. Because, you know, I've got no problem with saying that Jake Paul is roughly about the same place as Tommy. We saw the fight. It was super close. So he's roughly about the same place. So if Tommy's about 120, then I'd say Jake Paul's about 120. So if that would be the case, then I'd be interested in saying, let's do Jake against number 75. You know, let's have a look, see how that looks now, because this was a little while ago when they fought. So let's see kind of where they are now. I'm going to take Jake at minus 250, says AB Jobson. Yeah, minus 250. Is that still the odds? Because I said I've got minus 250 here, look, on my notes. Jake Paul minus 250, right? And Mike Perry plus 200. And I was shocked by that. I really thought it was going to be wider. I'm just going to have a look at that now, actually, and see if they have updated it. I got these from Tapology about 48 hours ago. But obviously, they do change. Yeah, no, it's still showing the exact same thing. If you go to Tapology, it's still got Jake Paul at minus 250. That seems bonkers to me. That, honestly, it's really rare for me to look at odds and, like, be off with them. Because normally they're there or thereabouts, right? I personally would have Jake at least minus 450. At least. I think that he is a much bigger favourite than that. But, yeah, no, at the moment, minus 250 for Jake Paul, plus 200 for Mike Perry. So, well, I wanted to read the rest of that from AB Jobson. He said, I'm going to take Jake Paul at minus 250. He's got a quick mountain bomb and a woe-begone Ushi Geishi. Paul will feign the dark horse. Chaz said Perry needs to clinch up and tire Jake. Jake offers Mike nothing that he's not seen before. Try and catch him late on, says Chaz. Yeah, well, do you know, I mean, you raise an interesting point there, because game plan wise, I think this is going to be interesting, because game plan wise, what does Mike Perry do? What does Mike Perry do to try and find a way forward here? Because Mike, I think there is a game plan that he can employ, but I mean, whatever he does, he's going to take shots. He's going to eat shots. And it's going to come down to what's Jake's power like. I think Jake has got more power than people give him credit for. I think one of the things with Jake is that people really don't like him. And I think that dislike for him works to his advantage, actually, because people just doubt him. And people just go, nah, it's Jake. He's not as good as he thinks he is. He's not as good as, like, he's just fighting nobodies. Whilst quietly he's putting the work in the gym, improving, got an amazing team around him, going toe-to-toe with Anderson Silva, going toe-to-toe with Tommy Fury, knocking out, granted, low-level boxers in the first round, but sparring with brilliant fighters and getting really good advice. And he's just chipping away and doing that day after day after day after day, whilst everyone goes, nah, the kid can't fight. It's all smoke and mirrors, blah, 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 blah. And I really think we're at the point now where it's like, doubt him at your peril, really. You know, doubt him at your peril, because you keep doubting him and he's going to keep, like, turning up and beating these people. And, you know, then it's going to be on to the next one. And as, you know, so it keeps going. I mean, I think with this, personally, I think this fight is an easier fight than maybe the Tommy fight. I think that Mike Perry is someone that you would fight before you fight Tommy Fury. And the reason for that is because Mike's just going to be a brawler. He's just going to go in there. He's going to be pretty wild. He's got some good power. He's got decent. He can capitalize on the odd opening, but not every opening. But he can capitalize on the odd opening. His 5-0 record in BKFC says that he's got some knowledge of what to do with his hands. I mean, he is someone that is dangerous. There's no two ways about that. You wouldn't want to step in there with Mike Perry. Mike Perry is, you know, tough. He's tough. And he's got plenty about him that can be a problem and could prove to be a problem. So, yeah, he is definitely someone that deserves to be respected. But I don't know that he is someone that has got the ability that is better than the kind of people that Jake is sparring with, right? He hasn't got the abilities. I don't even think he's got the abilities of Tommy Fury when it comes to boxing, right? I just think that he's a pretty simple guy, which is move forward, get hit, but when I hit you, you're going to know about it. That's Mike Perry. And so I think that Jake has got the weapons to neutralize that. I think Jake is too advanced for that. That game plan just ain't going to work. So I think you make a really interesting point. What is the game plan for Mike Perry to be able to get the victory over Jake Paul? And I think, as you said, maybe go in for the clinch, trying to wear Jake down, you know, trying to tire Jake out, maybe getting a few body shots in as you get into the clinch, like throwing in some shots to the body. He's going to have to connect on Jake, and he's going to have to do it fairly regularly, because I think I could see him hitting Jake and Jake stumbling backwards, but I don't know that he puts him down. Certainly, I don't think he puts him away. Jake has took some big shots. Jake got hit by like Tommy, and he's been hit by people in the past, and he's took those shots. So I think that Mike could land on Jake, and I don't know that it would be enough to put Jake away straight away. He's going to have to land on him regular. So it's going to have to be a case of he's going to have to take the opportunities when they arise. He's going to have to get in close, as you said, get in the clinch, work the body, rough him up a little bit, put a bit of weight onto Jake. Although saying that, Jake is coming in, I would say, considerably heavier. Jake weighed in at 200 pounds dead on, whereas Mike Perry weighed at 196.6. And so, like, Mike can try and put his weight onto Jake, but he hasn't got, like, he's not going to be as big as what Jake is. Jake is going to be the bigger fighter. Certainly going to be coming in heavier fighter. Mike Perry said that by the time the fight starts, he might be around the 200 mark. Jake thinks he'll be like 210, 215. So there's going to be a hell of a gap when it comes to weight. So I don't know. I don't know that even clinching and putting your weight on is going to really be able to do the job. It's only 8 rounds as well. It's only 8 rounds. This thing, it ain't got long. It ain't got long. I don't know that there's enough time to wear Jake out. If this thing was going 12, maybe, but I think that Mike would get caught before that anyway. I think he'd get caught, and I think he'd get put away. I agree. Trying to find a strategy for Mike, I think, is quite difficult here. I'm quite confident that Jake's got this tonight. I'll tell you another thing to think of as well. If you are someone that's like, no, I just don't believe any of what's being said, right? Which is cool. If you really are adamant Mike Perry has got this, cool. For a couple of reasons. One, I've been wrong before, right? And I can be wrong again. But also, the fact that I would just think about this though, right? He's got a massive fight with Mike Tyson coming up in November. It was meant to be tonight, but it's been moved because Mike Tyson obviously has fallen ill, right? His camp in no way are going to give him a fight that they think he's going to lose. They're not going to put him in there when he's on the verge of this monster payday. I mean, the money involved from Netflix is meant to be bananas, right? They want this big spectacle to kind of, you know, show the world they're into, like, doing these big live events, right? So they've gone and got Mike Tyson. I mean, how much do you reckon Mike Tyson costs? Yeah, not cheap. And they've gone and got Jake Paul, and they've gone and put on this monster fight, right? It's a big, big event. Huge. Maybe the biggest event of the year, right? And numbers-wise, it's going to do bananas numbers in it. Because even if you think it's a sham, even if you think it's just a scam, even if you think it's just a waste of time, waste of money, you're still going to want to know what's happened. You're still, you know, you're probably not going to want to sit there and go, yeah, I'm not interested. You're going to want to know how I'm going to want to know what's happened. I'm going to be watching it, right? So I think that it is huge. There's no way that his corner, his camp, are going to put him in a fight where it's going to jeopardize that. I think what they've gone and done is they've found what they think is the perfect opponent right now. They've gone and found someone with very limited boxing ability that is dangerous, that can look good on paper, but is not going to be a real threat to Jake, and is not going to be jeopardizing the Mike Tyson thing. You know, I think in Jake's mind, he's looked at this and gone, okay, we can get a statement win over Mike Perry, who's this 5-0 BKOFC champion, right? We can get a statement win over him. And then what we can do is we can build up the Mike Tyson fight even bigger. We can go even bigger with that Mike Tyson fight, because all of a sudden now I'm coming in having just beaten the undefeated king of BKFC. You know, that's going to only add to him and Mike Tyson later in the year. So for me, that's another reason as to why I look at it and I go, it's Jake. Because I just think his corner have cherry-picked and hand-picked this opponent. It's calculated risk. And it is risk, because it could go wrong. It could go wrong. But I think they've looked at it and gone, nah, this is the perfect fight for now. This is the perfect guy for now. And they've gone and got Mike Perry as just a warm-up fight for Jake, and a way of, you know, building up for that Mike Tyson fight, which is going to be later in the year. I do also think Jake feels a responsibility to the likes of Amanda Serrano, because she was fighting on this card, and I don't think Jake wanted to drop out, because he doesn't want the people that are on this card, like H2O Sylve, to miss out on a payday. So I do think that's a factor as well. Like, we've got to keep this card alive because I want those fighters to be paid. And one thing I will say about Jake is I think he does look after his fighters. They've not come out and spoken bad of him. There's, you know, Amanda Serrano seems to absolutely love working with him. Same with H2O Sylve. And I think it's because, like, he does what he can to try and keep fight cards alive and make sure they get paid fair. And he's spoken a lot about, like, fair pay and all of that. And obviously he's spoken out against the MMA world and Dana and UFC and how they get paid. And I think that Jake does try to be fair and to make sure that people get paid a very fair wage when it comes to boxing. I've got to respect that. I know it sounds like I'm a Jake Paul fan. I'm really not. I don't follow any of his content. I never have. I've never been a supporter of him or his brother. I've never drunk a bottle of Prime in my life, and honestly, I might even put that on my tombstone as like a real badge of honor. I'll never drink Celsius, right? It's probably god-awful anyway. I ain't a Jake Paul fan, but what I do enjoy is watching the fights, sitting down and watching the fights with you guys, tearing it apart and having a look, seeing where people are, see what improvements people are making. I like to keep an eye on this world. I love boxing, always have. And yeah, I just think that this feels like your classic warm-up fight, really, as he gets ready for Mike Tyson, which is later this year, and we will be doing the watch-along for that, so... Let's get stuck in, shall we, to some of these comments, because I know that I'm just chatting away for quite a while now. Let's see what people are saying. Supermax said, I'm going to laugh when Jake Paul loses, because people that back him don't know anything about boxing, and they're just fanboys and girls, says Supermax. Supermax, are you new to Jake's fights? He handpicks his opponents to ensure he wins. Perry could bang out in bare knuckle, but that is different from boxing, said DK Official. AB Jobson said, Jake Paul has never been in a fight before. This isn't sweet science. Mike Perry will bring a war. He's going to drag that bottle blonde into the deep end of chaos, says AB Jobson. Big Nicky said, Chavez Jr. is going to be the highlight tonight. Do you think he gets the win against Uriah Hall? I think that's a really interesting fight, because I think that Chavez Jr. has been a little bit inactive. I think, when was it? Is it a 3-year absence? I mean, he is someone that, even like going back a few years ago, was struggling. Is it 3 years? His last fight was, yeah, David Zagara. It was a unanimous decision win, and that was in December of 2021. So about 3.5 years. No, 2.5 years that he's been kind of inactive. He's only had one fight since the Anderson Silva loss, and he was meant to be fighting Darren Till tonight. But sadly, that got cancelled. And so now he's facing Uriah Hall. And I'm really interested in that fight. I really don't know which way that's going to go. They've got Chavez Jr. at minus 280, but he is... I feel like Chavez Jr. is washed. I feel like he's inactive. I feel like he has had a lot of drama outside of the ring. I feel like the Chavez Jr. that was a world champion has long gone. But is Uriah Hall good enough to actually get a win against him? Is Uriah Hall good enough to actually get a dub over him? I really don't know. I really don't know. I think that fight is so hard to predict. I really don't know. I can tell you that Tapology have gone 81% for Chavez Jr. They've only gone 19% for Uriah Hall. Chavez Jr. is minus 280 and Uriah Hall is plus 230. So people have got Chavez Jr. winning. Tapology and the odds makers both have Chavez Jr. winning. But yeah, I don't know. I'm really torn on it. I could see an underdog win there. It really comes down to one thing: what version of Chavez Jr. is about to turn up. And considering we haven't seen him since December of 2021, I just don't know what version I'm going to get. I just don't know what's going to walk in. He could walk in there and look amazing, but he could equally walk in there and get done by Uriah Hall. So I'm really into that. So interesting that you think that he's going to be the highlight of the night and that's the one to watch. Adam said, I agree. Talking about comparing Jake to KSI, Jake is still not a good boxer. Just compared to what KSI has done, Jake has done more. Ron said Jake Paul will win. Supermax said, I've watched all his fights and your Paul proves he can't fight and they're fixed and he's gonna go night-night. Chaz says Perry needs to clinch up and tire Jake. Jake offers Mike nothing that he's not seen before and he will catch him later on. AB Jobson said MMA fans might think that Perry is young, unlike Askren and Woodley, and that he is the hope to make it up for MMA that has somehow been circumvented by Jake Paul, by the likes of Anderson Silva, Nate Diaz, Tyron Woodley and Ben Askren. But honestly, if Jake Paul manages to knock down someone as durable as Nate Diaz, yeah, I mean, and he did, yeah. I'm going to watch the Tyson fight, said Chaz. Tyson is a legend, but now he's too old and has got health problems. I wouldn't want to see Tyson get hurt. No, I wouldn't want to see Tyson get hurt. I wouldn't want to see that either. And I have got big concerns about that fight. I mean, I think Jake wins that fight as well. I think that Tyson's coming up to 60. I think that Tyson is not going to be explosive. He's not going to be someone that's going to have great movement. His footwork is going to be close to non-existent. I think what you're going to get from Tyson is... I mean, I don't even know what the durability is going to be like. I mean, the last time I saw Tyson, he was fighting an aged Roy Jones Jr., who is an amazing fighter. And even though, like, they were both well past their prime, it was still an entertaining watch, actually. So I feel like Tyson is not... I don't feel like he's at risk. I mean, he might be, but I don't think he's at risk of some catastrophe, right? It's not like we're putting an old man that's got like a Zimmer frame going in, right, and trying to relive his past glories. Like, if you've seen a bit of him like working on the pads, whatever, he's still got decent hand speed, he's still got decent reflexes, but I always find that footage is very, very deceptive. Very deceptive. I really don't think you can tell a great deal from pad work, right? I just feel like if someone's a boxer, their hands are going to flow even as they get into their 60s, right? Unless they've got any kind of, obviously, physical disability. But, his hands were kind of moving well, seemingly freely, but that ain't Tyson of old. That ain't like, this ain't someone that's going to have like devastating knockout power or anything like that. and his movement is going to be so limited. I feel like Jake's just going to come in, jab, get out of there, stick on the outside. He ain't going to get in close. He ain't going to engage in a war. Why would you? It's just going to be jab on the outside, circling round as Mike Tyson tries to throw something back as Jake has already gone. And I just think it's going to be hit and move, hit and move, hit and move, hit and move. And yeah, I just think it's going to be a payday for Tyson. And I think that Jake gets the victory. I don't think he's going to be knocking Tyson out. I just think he's going to do enough to pick up the victory. And I don't know. I don't know how people are going to feel about Jake Paul beating Mike Tyson. All I know is you won't hear the flipping end of it. I mean, it'll be used, but this is why they're doing it, isn't it? You know, you won't hear the end of it about how he managed to go the distance with one of the greatest fighters ever. He won't tell you, or he'll leave out the fact that he was 60 years old, nearly 60 years old. And he'll leave out the fact that the fight had to get postponed because Mike Tyson had a stomach ulcer. You know, I mean, it's like, oh, it's the dark side of boxing, really. So I am going to watch that fight. I would imagine the world is going to tune in and watch that fight, but I'm not really expecting much from it other than stick and move, and ultimately Jake picks up the victory. I think Perry will do good in the early rounds, says AB Jobson. But when it goes into later rounds, that's when I think Jake will take over and he'll stop him on the ropes. It'll be a great fight, and it'll be Jake's hardest, minus Tommy Fury. Yeah, I'm definitely looking at this thinking this is one that you would do before the Tommy Fury fight. This is, in my mind, Jake going after another of the MMA fighters. You know, I know that he's transitioned into boxing, but that's only been a very recent, all things considered, transition. So this isn't someone that's been doing boxing his whole life. We've watched Mike Perry MMA fights, and they weren't that long ago. So he's transitioned over, but it's been a more recent transition. So, you know, listen, Dana White has come out and said, I'll give a UFC contract to Mike Perry if he wins this fight. All right, so he's willing to bring him back into UFC if he can win this fight. I'll bring him in, which just makes sense, doesn't it? This is a high-profile fight. There's going to be over 17,000 in attendance, which was a stat sent to me by Ryder earlier, which I appreciate. It's over 17,000 in attendance, tickets sold for this one. So, of course, if he wins, it's going to be a high-profile victory. And, of course, UFC are going to be interested in bringing Mike Perry back in, because Mike Perry will have some star power and have some intrigue, and they can capitalize on that. But yeah, I mean, this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with someone that is not far removed from being an MMA fighter. But I mean, look, this is still a fight that carries risk, and this is still a fight which has got that, you never know, it may just take one shot, it may just take him to connect, and then he can put Jake down. And then boom, you know, we've got a whole different story tonight. But as we said, and as people have said, I think if you're Jake Paul and you're Jake Paul's corner, you have handpicked and cherry-picked this fight for a reason. And that's because you feel confident that Jake's going to get the victory, which is only going to help set up the Mike Tyson fight later in the year. Shout out to Kelly, Bertha, May, Lynn. Shout out to you. I hope you are well. And Maestro's World said, give me Perry in 6. People are sleeping on him. Well, I tell you, put it down. If you really honestly believe Perry's winning this, and as I've said before, no problems if people are thinking that, because I've been wrong before, right? So if you really think that that is the way it's going to go, I would say put money on it, because he's the underdog, Mike Perry. He's coming in as the underdog on the odds. If you can not only think he's going to get it, but you think it's going to be in 6 rounds, that's only going to give you even better odds. Like, you could get a good payday tonight. So yeah, I'd say anyone that really does believe like that he's going to get it done, put money down on it, because you'll get a good return. Mike Perry is plus 200. I don't know what it would be if you actually put it down on to do it within 6 rounds. You might be looking at, say, plus 500 or so. which is that's not bad. That's not a bad return. Right, Robbie said Perry will get hits. All not like Rocky, but unlike Rocky, Mike will take the L, said Robbie6066. Well, listen, we've asked the question of people, who do you think's going to win, right? I've done a load of talking for, I don't know how long now, but I've done a load of talking about why I've gone with Jake Paul, why I think Jake Paul's going to get the victory here. And some people agree, some people disagree, right? You're always going to get that. So we've asked the question of you lot, what do you lot think? And so far, the far and away top option is Jake winning by finish, right? That's got 42%. Jake winning by finish, 42%. Jake winning by decision, 17%. So that means it's actually closer than I thought that people would have gone for, because it's only 59% altogether. So the top option, the one that people have chosen out of Jake by finish, Jake by decision, Perry by finish, Perry by decision, you lot have gone with Jake by finish, 42%. Jake by decision, 17%. So that is 59%, right? And then that means, of course, Perry winning 41%. The top option for him is finish, which is 34%. So, yeah, it's, I'd say closer than I thought. Closer than I thought, but one that is only going to make for a more interesting fight, isn't it? It would be rubbish to sit here and have like 90-odd% of people say Jake's got this. I mean, I don't even know why we're watching it. If it is close like that, and that's coming up to nearly 800 votes, right? So if people really do feel that way, then we're in for a hell of a fight, aren't we? No one can say then that this is super easy for either guy, because out of 750 people polled, it's 59-41. Which is brilliant. Give me that. Give me that all day. So I am excited for the fight. I am excited for the fight. I think that they've done a very good job of picking someone that's got enough credibility to really keep people on their toes and really keep people guessing as to which way this is gonna go. They're just showing Mike Perry's victories in BKFC. So he got a unanimous decision win over Lane, a majority decision over Michael Page, then TKO wins in his last 3. So he's coming in with 3 finishes, but 5 wins out of 5 in BKFC. Maestro's World said Perry winning in 6 is plus 4,000, mates. Perry winning in 6. How is that plus 4,000? How is Perry winning plus 200, but winning in 6 is plus 4,000? I don't know. I feel like if Perry's winning this, it ain't by decision. He ain't winning round after round after round. It's going to be a shot and it's going to be a finish. I have no idea how it's plus 4,000, but Jesus. I mean, plus 4,000, that means you put $100 down, and it does go that way, you get 4,000 back. That is incredible. Are you sure it's not plus 400? Are you sure you've not just added a 0? Plus 4,000 for Mike Perry to win within 6 to get a finish, which is the second most selected option that we have. Perry to win by finish. That's blown my mind. That's blown my mind. I don't know how that works, but all I know is that that's amazing odds. Plus 4,000. That's amazing. That's amazing. That's like 40x in your money. Put $1 down, you'd get 40 back. How do you not put $1 on that? How do you not put $1 on that? $1 down, 40 back. 41 actually with your original stake. Daze, if you had free money to bet on Paul Perry, what would Daze do? Das Kodiak, shout out to you. Yeah, no doubt in my mind, I would be putting it on Jake Paul. I'd be putting it on Jake Paul by finish. We are backstage and we can see Logan Paul is backstage in the Jake Paul dressing room. I think that's Jake's mom as well. So, yeah, we've got, if I had just $100, I'd be putting it on Jake Paul by finish, personally. But listen, I've been wrong before, as I've said. It's one of those where you can look at fighters, you can look at previous fights, you can look at their skills, you can look at the improvements, their past records. You never know on the day, do you? I'm not backtracking. I'm still picking Jake Paul by finish. I couldn't be any clearer on that, but it's one of those, there's no guarantees when it comes to boxing. And the thing is that you just get caught with a shot, don't you? You know, you make one wrong move, you leave yourself exposed for a second, bang, Mike Perry capitalizes, and he can hit. He carries a threat, he carries a danger. He is someone that has got power. He is someone that's put people away. And he is someone that is tough. I mean, he is, you know, some people in this world, they're born fighters, aren't they? And Mike Perry was born to be a fighter. You can definitely say that. This guy was not born to do anything else other than be a fighter. And you've got to respect that about Mike Perry. He has got that dog in him. He's all about that life. He's all about fighting. And, you know, he's going to be a challenge. He'll be a challenge. I mean, Mike Perry against Jake Paul, going back, say, a couple of years ago, that would have been very interesting. That would have been, I think then we'd be looking at a Mike Perry victory. I just don't know now. Now, I just don't know how he does it. Apart from that, what I just said, a puncher's chance. I think Jake wins. I think he wins by finish. And I think what you'll find is you'll find a lot of people jumping in that are like KSI fans. It's a bit unfortunate in this world. It's a positive and a negative, really, because it's a positive because it means that there's more people around and there's more of a buzz. There's no denying that these events are bigger because there is a loyalty to the fighters. You know, there is a group of people that are just KSI for life, and there's a group of people that are Jake Paul for life, and there is this tribalism, right? That is good because it builds up these fights and it creates big opinions and big talking points, and it can get quite fiery at times, you know? So it's good in that regard, but it's also bad because I think that it means you get a lot of people that are not talking so much from the actual boxing, actual what they see point of view. They're talking to you from a bias, a place of bias, and that obviously is not useful to anyone, really. That's not going to help anyone. Which is why I'm quite comfortable sitting here. I don't care about either of the boomers, right? I don't care if they both win or if they both lose. I have got no allegiance to either. I don't watch either. I don't support either. I don't care about either. As soon as this fight's over, I move on with my life. So for me, I just don't give a flip. But looking at the fight and looking at the previous fights, I think it's today, here, with this fight, I think Jake wins. David said, hope you're doing well. I think Mike Perry is going to get the victory in the 4th. Have a look at the odds on that, because the odds that we've just heard are pretty flipping crazy, man, about Mike Perry winning in 6 at like plus 4,000. Edward said KSI is on top. Mentality said all these guys that come from MMA, they don't know anything about boxing. I think Jake will knock him out in 3 rounds. 100% said Mentality. Volantera said, I've never seen anything by KSI. I live a charmed life. Ben said, can I ask, when does this fight start? Do you know, Ben, I genuinely don't know, but I don't know if they've said when the ring walk's going to be. I mean, what I can tell you is that the main card started 15 minutes ago. You're not missing any fights. We actually started early. We started about an hour ago now. Just about an hour ago, because there was a fight I was really interested in, which was 2 women that were fighting. It was not a bad little scrap, actually. Sedacia Green taking on Natasha Spence. It went 8 rounds, 2-minute rounds, and it was quite fun. But that was it for the prelims, and now we're into the main card. Main card tonight, Jake Paul, Mike Perry, which we've been getting our teeth into. We can't ignore Amanda Serrano against Stevie Morgan. She's getting ready for Katie Taylor, as we said. She is desperate to get that rematch. Obviously, Serrano and Taylor fought each other, and it was a close affair. I think Taylor got the victory, but I think it was like split decision. And so, you know, Serrano fuming at that, doesn't think that's the way the fight was actually went. And so she is looking to get that rematch, big rematch, and, you know, show the world that she is the better fighter. Serrano, I think, is number 3 in the pound-for-pound rankings when it comes to women. Katie Taylor's at 2, and I think it's Clarissa Shields at number 1. And so, like, obviously, Serrano wants to get that Taylor fight, get the win. And then she says that would make her pound for pound number 1. It's hard to argue, actually, because Amanda Serrano is a 7 different weight class champion. It's an amazing achievement. Amazing achievement. So we get to see her in what I think should be a relatively straightforward fight for her in the co-main. Then you've got H2O Sylve against Lucas Bahdi, as we said. Young gun. H2O Sylve, don't blink. Tough fight for him, though. Don't think he gets in there and just knocks his opponent out, but he's had 11 fights and 9 knockouts. So that is going to be a really fun fight. We've got Aguilar against Marksman. Rematch. Should be fun. But it's our next fight that's going to start things off. It is Chavez Jr., who is going to be taking on Uriah Hall. So we're going to be getting the entrances right now for this first fight on the main cards. Chavez Jr. is got 53 wins, 6 losses, 34 knockouts. I mean, it's an amazing record. He really is a very, very skilled boxer. Former world champion at the age of 25, but he is someone that has seen a big decline. He's someone who has not fought for around 3 years. He's someone that lost to Anderson Silva. Jake Paul beat Anderson Silva. Well, Chavez Jr. lost to Anderson Silva. And he's a former world champion. He's been in and out of rehab. He's had like really bad addictions with like drugs, and he's just someone that has at times gone off the rails. He's obviously got a big experience advantage. He's obviously the more skilled boxer, but he gets distracted, and he's been distracted. We just don't know what we're going to get here. He's also had fights, not only with Anderson Silva, but Canelo. That's the level that this guy managed to get to. He managed to get to that world champion level and fight the likes of Canelo. Over on the DAZN app, they've asked the question, who's going to win? 63% think it'll be Chavez Jr. 37% have gone with Uriah Hall. Now, Uriah Hall has only had 1 boxing fight, and it was against a former NFL player, right? And he got the win. I think, was it Levon Bell? He got the win, but I mean, it ain't much of a resume, right? Yeah, Levon Bell, unanimous decision. He's got a good fast right hand. He'll look for the finish. It's a puncher's chance that he's got. Decent accuracy. He was classed as a pretty good striker in MMA. He's confident. He's got a big reach. He's coming in slightly bigger, slightly heavier, but he is nowhere near as skilled as Chavez Jr. This fight is a very simple fight. This first fight is a very, very simple fight. What version of Chavez Jr. are we going to see? If it is a completely washed, done fighter, Uriah Hall stands a chance, a good chance. If it's anywhere remotely the Chavez Jr. that we've seen in the past, in his heyday, Uriah Hall doesn't stand a flipping chance. I don't think this fight is about Uriah Hall. It's all about Chavez Jr. and what version of him are we going to see. Odds are minus 280 for Chavez Jr., plus 230 for Uriah Hall. As we said, 81% on Tapology have gone with Chavez Jr., 19% have gone with Uriah Hall, and this first fight should be a lot of fun. Former WBC middleweight champion of the world, Chavez Jr. The Anderson Sylve loss was a couple of years ago now, so it'll be interesting to see where he is. So yeah, ring walks when it comes to the Paul fight. I'm really not sure. I'll have a look. Paul Perry. Ring walk time. Let's have a look, see what USA Today is saying. Jake Paul, Mike Perry consists of 10 fights, begins at 9 Eastern. Main event is scheduled for 12. So that's not too bad, actually. We're looking about 2.5 hours. About 2.5 hours, and then we'll be at the main event. That's all right. That's all right. It's a little bit like we've just started the main card of a UFC pay-per-view, really. I mean, about 2.5 hours is about... It's about like we've just started a UFC main card. We've gone through the prelims, the early prelims. Normally, we do flipping streams on a Saturday night that go like 7 hours long. So this is a walk in the park for us. So yeah, about 2.5 hours by the looks of it, and then we'll be at our main event. But as we said, some good fights coming up before then, though, including this one. Daze, do you remember the spinning head kick with Hall back in Ultimate Fighter, says Christopher. Yeah, Christopher, shout out to you. Good MMA knowledge, my friend. I always liked Hall. I thought he carried himself with class, bit of dignity. I remember his fight with Anderson Sylve, of course, in the Apex. And, you know, I love Sylve, and, you know, seeing Uriah Hall go down and pay his respects to Anderson. That was Anderson's retirement. Over 17,000 in attendance. Yeah, and everyone seems to be in place as well. They're saying this is not normal for boxing, that the arena would be full right from the get-go. Right, both fighters come in straight out into the center. And Hall in black shorts. You've got Chavez Jr. in green and reds. And Chavez Jr. just staying on the outside. Hall taking that center ground. And again, it is quite tight at the moment. Quite tidy. Not much happening. They're just throwing out the odd jab at the moment. As we've got Chavez circling rounds. We've got Ariel Helwani on commentary. And again, jab coming in. Hook shot there by Hall, but he missed. Doubling up on the... I like that, actually. Doubling up on the jab. Throwing the jab, trying to throw the other jab. That hook shot, that's left hook shot of Chavez Jr. That really looks like it's going to cause some problems already. Hook shot coming back there by Hall, but Chavez had that scouted. Lovely jab to the body there by Chavez. That left hook is a big problem. That left hook is a real big problem. He really whips it round the defense of Uriah Hall. Uriah Hall has got to be so switched on to that. Jab coming in. You can see how labored Hall's jab is. It's a lot slower. Jab coming in again. I mean, I think it carries a little bit of pop to it, but it's a lot slower. I mean, the time it takes for him to extend and then bring his arm back, it's not what you tend to see from a boxer. Like it's slower. It's just slower. And I think Chavez is going to capitalize on that. If he can slip that shot, you know, the longer that he's got his arm out, the less time it's covering, of course, and guard him. If he can time that, then there's an opening there for Chavez Jr. Chavez again on the outside. We've got Hall in the center as, again, he jabs away at Chavez Jr. Not much to separate the fighters in this one, to be honest. I do like the left hook shot of Chavez Jr. Again, circling rounds. I love the doubling up jab of Uriah Hall. He just brought that out again. Again, you got Uriah Hall in the center as Chavez puts the pressure on. There hasn't really been much pressure. Oh, my God. I flipping love that hook shot. You can just tell the quality difference between the two. I mean, I don't know that he's managed to get it through yet. I think Hall is aware of that as a key weapon that Chavez possesses. Jab to the body again there by Chavez. Oh, and he went upstairs. That got through. I think Chavez just takes that round for me. I think there was a lovely shot to the body that he really stuck right at the end. Those hook shots, I don't know that they were getting through, but I don't think the doubled up jabs were getting through either from Uriah Hall. So it's one of those. If someone wanted to argue that it was actually Uriah Hall rounds, I wouldn't argue it. I wouldn't argue it. I just think that a lot more of the attractive shots, and dare I say the shots that were actually connecting, seem to be with Chavez Jr. Someone's going to get knocked out in this. Chavez is going to put Hall to sleep with that hook, said Christopher. Edward said, I've not long just woken up. What's your prediction? I think Jake wins easily, says Edwards. Yeah, I agree. I think Jake wins. He might have to go through a early spell from Mike Perry. I mean, the longer it goes, the less likely it's going to be for Mike. I think the BKFC rounds are quite short, actually. I can't remember what the rounds are in those. But, you know, he's coming from the MMA worlds. And, you know, once we're getting into like 7, 8 rounds, I've got to think that, you know, Perry's going to be feeling it more than Jake. Okay, we're underway with second round. This is only 6 rounds long, you know, which is a real shame. Nice shot there. Lovely right hand by Chavez. So we've got Ariel Hawani. We've got Tyron Woodley on commentary as well. Jab coming in there by Hall. We got Chavez Jr. on the outside. Jab coming in again there by Hall. Jab coming back by Chavez Jr. to the body, and he goes upstairs. Another body shot coming in there by Chavez Jr. This is better by Hall, though. I mean, the shots aren't coming into the body by Chavez Jr. Those body shots are the ones that I think are winning the fight so far for Chavez Jr. because those hook shots I don't think are landing. But Hall is throwing some stuff back in response. You can see a slight marking on the top of the head of Chavez. So he's definitely been clipped. Right now, backing up a little bit, trying to get out the way. This thing only 6 rounds long. Nice jab to the body there. Couple of shots coming in. Digging into the body there by Hall. Chavez Jr. Yeah, you can see like real red marking here. Chavez, though, is very comfortable. He's not struggling with this at the moment. There's no issue here. Again, he tries for that hook shot, but it was well blocked. But then he went the other side with a right hook there, Chavez Jr. Couple of jabs coming in, doubling up on the jab again there by Hall. Backs away, another body jab by Chavez Jr. Oh, love that. Love that. Right hand to the body by Chavez Jr. And as soon as he came in for it, Hall was like straight in with the uppercut. He never got it. But that's a good strategy to employ. As soon as you see him go in for that body jab, coming in with the uppercut. Couldn't land it, but it was a good strategy. So Uriah Hall showing that he's got a few weapons in his arsenal here. He'll break out the uppercut. He's obviously been using the jab fairly well. I just think that Chavez Jr. has been enjoying a bit more success, and those body jabs in particular, I think, have really worked for him. He's asking Kressler, goes to the right hook, it's blocked. Goes to the left, it's blocked. Jabs to the body, gets it through. That was good, actually, because he went upstairs. It meant Uriah had to get his hands up. He went upstairs again. Uriah got his hands up. Third time, he went to the body. I think I'd need to see the replay, but I think on that third time, Uriah sort of, I think, went to go and protect himself again. And then, boom, he went downstairs. So he kind of set the trap there of going upstairs, upstairs, downstairs, boom, to the body. So it's just another way of just trying to get through. It feels like it's Chavez that's dictating the pace here. It feels like it's Chavez is the one that's leading the dance. Uriah Hall's having to do a lot of reacting. I would say that this is tidy. It's not really spectacular. But it's, you know, it's tidy enough. And at the moment, I've probably got Chavez up by 2. Actually crazy. Didn't use Daze for DAZN. Didn't use Daze for commentary. James, shout out to you, my friends. Well, if they did, I wouldn't be here with you. So it's lovely to be here with you guys and covering this. As we've got, again, Uriah. Oh, he went for that left hook again. Another jab coming into the body there by Chavez Jr. You've got Hall moving forwards, just jabbing away, just firing out those jabs, going upstairs. He's been getting joy with that, and you can see that on the face of Chavez Jr. Chavez Jr. again over by the ropes. He's the one that's on the back foot now, you know, Chavez Jr. Oh, love that hook shot there by Hall. Love that. Yeah, so what we're seeing is oh yeah, he's making this scrappier now, you know. He's taking the fight to Chavez Jr. Chavez Jr. is on the back foot, and Hall is just jabbing, throwing in the odd hook, and he's asking questions of Chavez Jr. So Hall continuing to move forwards. Both guys in the center right now. Chavez, again, jab to the body there by Chavez Jr. 1-2. Couldn't quite get that through. That's one of the first times we've seen a 1-2 going to the body. Oh, I love that little hook to the body. He's really mixing up his body attacks now in this round, Chavez Jr. Rather than just single jabs to the body, we've seen double jabs and we've seen hooks to the body as well. So he's really mixing up what he's doing downstairs. Again, 1-2 upstairs there by Hall. Chavez, again, circling around on the outside as Hall continues to just edge forwards. Goes to the body with the left, goes upstairs with the right, but I don't think he could really get either through. Nice hook shot upstairs, but blocked there by Chavez. Jab coming in again by Hall. It's all Hall at the moment, but they're showing jabs in the second round. Yeah, Chavez Jr. has managed to land 62% of his jabs. Uriah Hall landed 8%. 62% for Chavez, 8% for Uriah Hall. So Chavez definitely getting through more, but this feels like a better round for Uriah Hall. At the moment, he's the one that's been on the front foot. We've seen Chavez backing up a little bit. Again, he's continuing to be on the back foot. Slips that shot there. Good head movement by Chavez Jr. Hall, again, having a little look. Throws out a jab. Looking for a hook shot, but couldn't quite land it. Jab coming back there by Chavez Jr. Trying to go to the body. These two are throwing and getting stuck into each other. Not the cleanest of shots. Love that, though. Lovely right-left combo by Uriah Hall going upstairs. Oh, love that, though, by Chavez. Bang, bang, bang. Body, body, and upstairs by Chavez Jr. Three-punch combo by Chavez Jr. Think he got all three as well. Bam, bam. Love that. Love that. Yeah, good. A really fun round, actually, in places. Tricky round to score on that one. Tricky round, I would say, because it really felt like Uriah Hall kind of stamped his authority a little bit more on that round than what we'd seen previous. But Chavez definitely getting success as well. I would be really interested. I'd be really interested to see the round data on that. I feel like 2 rounds to 1 is not unfair, but if people tell me it's 3-0 Chavez, there would be no argument. Yeah, the commentary is saying it was a close round. They just asked the question, did you give Uriah that round? Okay, round number 4. We're about to get back underway with this one. Don't forget, this one can only go 6 rounds. It's a short fight. Our main event's only 8 rounds. Jab coming into the body there by Chavez Jr. and a jab coming back by Uriah Hall. Chavez Jr. again circling round on the outside as Uriah is standing in the center. Jab coming in there by Uriah. Jab coming back to the body by Chavez. Chavez looking to kind of go upstairs there. Hook to the body. Uriah is not showing any kind of issues or slowdown or any kind of damage or anything like this. He's got Chavez up against the ropes. Tried for an uppercut there. Jab coming in. You can see a bit of damage on Chavez. You can see his face is red where he's definitely been caught a few times. And right now, Chavez again, a couple of shots to the body. Hall takes them, but Hall just continues to keep it tidy and move forward. I think Hall's basics are not terrible. I do think his hand speed is too slow, though. He does kind of just, like, quite laboured with when he throws out his shots. But he has shown a few explosive moments as well. It's just his average jab is quite slow. Jab coming in there by Chavez. Hall in the centre. Chavez again on the outsides, circling round, just out of range at the moment, is getting caught up against the ropes a little bit. He's having to use his footwork, and that ain't a great place to be because Hall starts working to the body, but Chavez gets out of there. I think this might be another Uriah round, you know. I feel like that last round really swung things for Uriah. And Uriah's the one that's looking the more attractive here to me. Couple of jabs upstairs, but doesn't land them. That was a lovely body shot that came in there by Chavez. He definitely got all of that. Hall again trying to throw a jab upstairs. Just lands on the guard and again. Yeah, bang, bang to the body. That's all Chavez needs to do, really. And another jab to the body. This is better by Chavez. He's managed to get back to the fight that he was fighting in the first 2 rounds. Hall has been kind of putting his foot on the gas a little bit and pressuring. But now what we're seeing from Chavez is a lot more of that body work. He's putting that water in the basement, as Teddy Atlas likes to say. He's going downstairs and is really making Uriah Hall feel these body shots. They will add up. And again, circling round on the outside as Hall continues to put that pressure on. Again, he's got him against the ropes, but he just can't really get through with anything of note. Chavez again, covering up, and that's the end of that round. That is tricky. I think I might be 3-1, but some people might be 2-2. Daze LA Knight is looking for Logan. What is he actually looking for him? Well, he's there if he wants him. How many minutes until Jake Paul fights, said Kalen King. We're a long way off that, buds. Unfortunately, it's many minutes. I think we're probably looking, didn't they say it like 5? So that's going to be, what, 2 hours 20? So you're looking at, what, 140 minutes? So around that kind of ballpark. We've still got a fair few fights to get through, but it's a good-looking card tonight. No complaints about this card for me. I like these kind of fights early, to be honest. I always find that you want your main, your co-main, maybe the third fight as well to be like, you know, good long fights. But I don't mind these kind of shorter round fights before that. Kind of eases us into it, you know. Although saying that, our main event, as we keep saying, is only 8 rounds. Right, look, Uriah Hall has really come out the gate here. Uriah Hall has really come out the gate, putting pressure onto Chavez Jr. But again, you have to ask the question, what is he actually getting from it? He might look like the aggressor, but is he actually landing more shots? What is he actually landing? You know, I feel like it's the body shots that are going to win this for Chavez Jr. It's all that work he's doing to the body. Again, jab to the body. Left-hand jab to the body by Chavez Jr. He tries to go upstairs. Uriah Hall kind of came out fast for the first 30, 40 seconds. He's kind of slowed a little bit now. Again, we've got Hall coming forward. Jab coming in there by Hall. He's got Chavez over against the side of the ropes, but couldn't get anything from it. Again, body shot coming in there by Chavez Jr. I've got to say, though, the fighter that's looking the more tired is Chavez. Chavez is the one that's looking like he's feeling the effects a lot more. Jab again coming in there by Chavez Jr. as, love that. He managed to actually land a hook upstairs, Chavez Jr. Over against the ropes again. Good work here by Hall. Jab coming in. Another jab coming in. He's got him over by the ropes at the moment. Into a clinch. He's got to make this count, Uriah Hall. He's got to make this count. He's got him right there, up against the ropes. Get some uppercuts in. Get some shots into the body. But it's just, what is he landing right now? There's nothing that's getting through. Right, they're just exchanging little body shots and exchanging little blows. No one can find that kind of big kill shot at the moment there. Oh, lovely body shot. Looked a little low maybe there by Chavez. Shot coming back by Uriah, but even though he's being the aggressor and he's got Chavez right up against the ropes, he's got nothing from that. He's got nothing from that. Oh, lovely body shot there by Chavez. And you can hear the thud. You could hear the thud as that shot landed. Hall, again, going back to work. We got about 15 seconds in this round. And again, going upstairs. You got to say, fair play to Uriah Hall. He's took a lot of shots to the body. Good head movement there by Chavez as both of them are swinging for the fences. This fight just lit up for the final 5. That was good. That was good. So, I'm looking at this being 4-1. The commentators are saying they're giving it to Uriah Hall. I'm not. Mainly because I keep seeing him get into really good positions and he drives Chavez up against the ropes and then he just doesn't do anything. He just doesn't manage to land anything of note. I think Chavez is tiring, but I think those body shots are landing, and they're landing way more consistently than what I'm seeing from Uriah Hall. I don't know what Uriah Hall is actually connecting with. So for me, I'm looking at this being 4-1. I'm looking at this being Chavez by decision, but some of these rounds are close, you know. Some of these rounds are close. Right now, big cheer. People really enjoyed the end of that last round as they were both swinging away at each other. Chavez does not look great. He does not look great at all. So, total punches in round 5. Chavez landing 38%. Uriah Hall landing 31%. So, commentators are saying that it's all up for grabs. I've got it 4-1. But yeah, Ariel thinks that Uriah Hall could pull off the upset. I think they're looking at this being... how could he pull off the upset? Even if he wins this round, it'll be 3 rounds. It'll be 3 rounds each. It's going to be very interesting when we get to the judges, and Chavez is definitely gassing here. Chavez has shown glimpses of his quality, but he does not look like a former world champion to me. And the amount of shots that he has thrown to Uriah Hall, and Uriah Hall has just not shown any. There's been no effect. The loads of body shots there by Chavez. Again, you've got Chavez backing up a little bit as Uriah Hall goes for a hook shot upstairs. Chavez backing up. Again, Uriah Hall swinging away, trying to get in. That was a nice shot upstairs. Couple of body shots coming in there by Uriah Hall. And again, uppercut. Another big shot coming in there by Chavez. Chavez has got his hands down and he's trying to swing. He's trying to set a few traps. That was a lovely left hand by Chavez. Good right hand as well. This is better. This is better by Chavez. And again, he goes upstairs. He's trying to use his head movement. There was an uppercut in there by Uriah Hall. Uriah Hall, though, bang, bang, bang. Got about a 3-punch combo in. 39 seconds. You can tell that Chavez is frustrated. He keeps showing these glimpses of what the fighter he was, you know? He keeps showing these moments where he's got, like, good head movements and flurries. And again, he's trying to go to the body, but I think the problem that he's got is that he's thrown and worked, and he just has not been able to even slow Uriah Hall down. Uriah Hall is still continuing to move forward like it's round flipping one, whereas Chavez looks the more beaten up fighter. Here's Hall. Hall, duck underneath there by Chavez. Well, that, I think, was a very interesting round. I think that you could go either way on it, and I'm going to look at 4-2. I'm going to say that Chavez gets it by decision. Let me know in the chat which way you think that has gone. Do you think it was Uriah Hall that picked it up the victory, or do you think it's Chavez Jr.? Commentator has got it 3-3. I've got it 4-2 to Chavez. But everything's indicating this is going to be close. Let me know in the chat, what do you think? Which way do you think that fight has gone? Mr. Dell Jr. said Jake Paul, Mike Perry will start at 12 Eastern. Yes, we're getting closer all the time. We're looking at about 2 hours, 13 minutes. So we are getting closer towards it. But yeah, at the moment we are still a few hours away, but we've got some good fights coming up. I mean, you can't not watch Amanda Serrano. You know, the number 3 pound for pound greatest female boxer in the world is in the co-main event, getting ready for her fight with the number 2 pound for pound greatest female boxer in the world, Katie Taylor. So this is a warm-up fight for her. Should be straightforward, but that, of course, is our co-main event. And then, of course, Jake Paul, Mike Perry will be later. We got 2 other fights as well. H2O Sylve. Going to be a really fun watch. Really looking forward to watching H2O Sylve. I'm not crazy about the next fight, but it should be fun. That's going to be Tony Aguilar against Corey Marksman. It's a rematch from a draw that they had earlier in the year, back in February. Both of them are really good fighters. Marksman 9-0. Aguilar is 12-0. And as we said, really close fight first time around. It was a draw, and we're actually getting the rematch next. So that's the fight we've got next, but we need to figure out who has won this one, or is this a draw as well? Uriah Hall definitely doing himself proud. I think the big takeaway for me is that Uriah Hall has got some really good basics. I do think that there are some big limitations there, probably not helped by the fact that he's 39 years old. And I think that his durability, I mean, he was taking those shots by Chavez Jr., those body shots throughout the fight, never slowed down, never showed any effect, just absorbed them and just carried on moving forward, and actually looked really good in those final couple of rounds. Here we go. Okay, so Julio Chavez gets it. So, I love listening to the commentators. I think it's difficult. I think it's difficult maybe when you're there as well. I think if you're there, you don't get to see as well as what we see at home. And I think that, you know, you're kind of sat at ringside, and sometimes the fighters have got their backs to you, and you're not going to see some of the work that gets done, whereas we've got different camera angles and everything. So, you know, it is easier for us. Yeah, 59-55. So two judges gave Hall just 1 round. One judge had the exact same score as me, 58-56, which is the same as 4-2. So, yeah, I thought that Chavez had done enough personally. Yeah, it's a good point there by Chavez. Chavez says, you know, I'm not going to get into like a brawl with this guy. because that's what he specializes in. You know, he's not a boxer. He comes from the MMA world, and, you know, I've not been in the ring for nearly 3 years. So, you know, people were booing. I think they were, maybe they were booing because they thought that Hall had done enough to maybe get the draw. But no complaints. And on we go. He was the favourite, so it's not a massive shock. Right, we've got our next fight coming up. Our next fight is going to be Tony Aguilar taking on Corey Marksman. And as we said, this is a rematch. It should be fun. We have spoke already about Jake Paul and Mike Perry. I'm quite happy to go back to that because of the fact that there's a lot of people that are going to be obviously wanting to have that conversation. For me, I think that this is going to be pretty straightforward work for Jake Paul. I think that I wouldn't say easy because I think that's disrespectful to Mike Perry, who definitely is a dangerous threat. He's definitely got good durability. He's got some really good punching power. He's someone that stepped into BKFC and picked up 5 victories. He's 5-0 in BKFC, and you've got to respect that. And I think that he is someone that can, on his day, really cause some problems. But I just think that Jake is going to have the better boxing fundamentals. He's going to have the better footwork. He's going to have the better movement. I think that he's going to be able to jab, get out of there. He's going to have good head movement. I feel like Mike Perry's just a lump of, like, just a lump of clay that is just going to be moving forward. That's just, you know, going to absorb punishment. Just going to keep moving forward and just throwing. He's just going to be throwing. I don't know that he's going to be setting traps. I don't know that he's going to be feinting and trying to get reads. I don't know that he's going to be doing any of that kind of... I don't think he's going to do any of the sweet science work, right? I think he is literally like, I'm in there and I'm going to take your head off, and whatever you want to throw at me, just throw at me because I'm going to throw twice back. It's going to be a fun fight. And I do expect to finish. Jake has predicted he wins within 2 rounds. He thinks that he does it within 6 minutes. That's what he's predicted. And in all fairness, he's coming off 2 first-round knockouts, so he could. It could go that way. But I don't know. We'll have to obviously wait and see as to how it plays out. We've got the final punch stats. Chavez Jr. landed 68. Uriah Hall landed 58. Chavez Jr. threw 168. Uriah Hall threw 227. So a lot of shots that Uriah Hall was throwing were just not landing and not getting through. That accuracy, I think, was a massive problem for Uriah Hall in that last match. And I think he needed to maybe target the body. Maybe he could get a bit more success that way. That is what has just won Chavez Jr. that fight. That the body jabs, the body work, actually seeing those shots landing on a consistent basis compared to Uriah Hall that was not, it was not as, it was scrappier, it's not as clean. That meant that he is sadly coming away without victory, but he put in a very, very good performance. Patrick, hello, my friends. Hope you are well. Patrick O'Neill. I hope you are doing well. I hope the family are doing well, buds. So lovely to see you, my friend, as we are getting closer to the main event tonight. Wrestler Andy said, do we think that Jake could be a better WWE superstar than Logan after he retires from boxing? I think that he would be as good. I think that Jake, you know, is a bit younger. He's like 3 years younger, I believe. He is somewhat... I don't know when he's going to retire from boxing, though. That's the only thing. I think, like... It depends when he leaves boxing. If he leaves boxing when he's like 39, I mean, maybe not. But if he leaves boxing relatively soon, let's say that he loses to Mike Tyson, takes the KSI fight, loses that, and then decides to call it quits, I think there would be a place in WWE for him, because those two together as a tag team is money. And them two potentially fighting each other at some point would be money as well. Logan versus Jake. I mean, that's money as well, isn't it? So there's definitely money to be made there, but I just don't know that that's something he wants to do, and I don't know when he's going to retire, and it really would depend when he would retire. If it would be now, then I think he would be as good. Because WWE are excellent, as we keep saying, at just highlighting people's strengths. It's not like any other sport. I mean, it's not a sport, but it's not like any other sport because, you know, in WWE, they can just showcase your highlights. If you're an amazing striker, well, then we'll build a match around your striking and we'll just show your striking and we'll just show what you're amazing at. And the stuff you're not very good at, we just won't do it. We'll just make sure that we don't do it. That way you never get exposed. You don't ever show any weakness because we just don't ever show it. And we'll just show what you are good at. So like with Logan, he can do a good frog splash. You know, and in all fairness to Logan, he is adding more and more to his moveset. But they're not showing you the stuff that they don't want you to see, you know? Which is why his matches are normally very well received. And this is why it always frustrates me when people say that Logan is, you know, my God, he's a better wrestler than some of the people that have been doing it 10 years. Shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. Like, what are you on about? The people that have been doing it 10 years can wrestle against any different opponent and they don't have to have these crazy protections in place, you know? They don't have to worry about being exposed. Like, they get tested in lots of different ways, whereas Logan will go in there and we'll just show what we want to show. He's a very, very protected wrestler. And so this is, you know, a bit of a frustration, really, when you've got these celebrity matches. I do think, though, Logan has sort of... I don't know that he's transcended that yet. He's still someone that I think's only had about 11 matches. I mean, we ain't talking many matches still. But... So it's very interesting to say, could he be better than Logan? Because what does better than Logan look like in a WWE world when it's very protected and it's very manufactured, you know? That's why I can comfortably say I think he'd be as good, because I think we'd present him as being as good. But there is a caveat, and that is, when will he finish boxing? Once we know when he finishes boxing, then, you know, we might be able to tell. He keeps saying he still wants to be a world champion in boxing. He keeps talking about wanting to go on and win world titles, which just doesn't compute with me, because why are we fighting Mike Perry? Why are we fighting Mike Tyson? How does that help you go on to become a world champion? I know what people are going to say. Mike Tyson, you know, one of the greatest boxers of all time. You can't understand how fighting Mike Tyson makes you a world champion. No. Mike Tyson's nearly 60. Mike Tyson is a name. What skills do you think Mike is bringing in 2024 that a cruiserweight that's ranked right now is not going to be bringing? Like, surely the path towards a world title is very clear. You work your way up through the rankings. You fight number 100. If you get the win, you fight number 75. If you get the win, you go to number 50. If you get the win, you go to number 45 or whatever. You just start, you know, chipping away, working up the rankings, getting closer towards the top, and eventually you fight for a world title. This ain't going to achieve that by fighting Mike Perry, by fighting Mike Tyson, by fighting KSI. Right? So the problem that Jake's got is that it's money and it's distraction. What tonight is about is, tonight isn't about world titles or even trying to get closer to a world title. Tonight is the night where he was meant to fight Mike Tyson, which was a money fight. It was Netflix. It was nothing but the money, right? That fell through. He's got people on the card that he wants to make sure still get paid. So now he's got to find a replacement, but he doesn't need a replacement that's going to be too risky. He needs a replacement that is going to be a decent name, that's going to carry a bit of a threat so that people want to watch the fight and buy the fight, but is someone that he's going to be able to beat. And for me, Mike Perry ticks all of those boxes, right? So he now finds himself having to do this fight, which is a fight I don't think he ideally wanted. This was meant to be the Mike Tyson one. Then he's going to have to do the Mike Tyson one, which is Netflix, and it's nothing but about the money. He's still got this KSI fight lingering over him, which ain't nothing to do with the world title. That's all the bragging rights. Are you Team Paul? Are you Team KSI? So you got that fight on the horizon. Hasn't he spoke about doing some MMA fight as well? He keeps talking about doing an MMA fight. How does that help him get to a world title in boxing? So, like, I find him frustrating because I feel like he's just... is a snake oil salesman, you know? He's someone that's telling you all this stuff, that I'm going to do this, I'm the best, I'm going to be a world champion. And then he goes off and does the complete opposite. Then he goes off and has fights which just don't help him achieve that at all. And it's a bit kind of frustrating, to be honest, because I would really like to see him continue to try and climb up the rankings, you know? I'd like to see him testing himself. I thought he did well against Tommy Fury. So I'd like to see him kind of climbing up and trying to get testing himself against some of those ranked fighters, you know? So, yeah, it's definitely one that I'm excited for tonight because it's good to have a fight to watch. I do think Mike Perry is going to bring some degree of threat, but... I think it's a pretty straightforward fight as well for Jake Paul. This feels like a fight that we're doing because we was meant to be doing the Mike Tyson thing. We was meant to be doing Mike Tyson. That fell through, and so we've had to find a replacement. That's what tonight's about. But Mike Perry carries a bit of a danger, carries a bit of a threat. And I tell you, if he cracks Jake early, that will really get people pumped, man. That'll really get people excited. If he does manage to kind of crack Jake and get through, that'll be exciting. I still would expect Jake to weather it and find a victory, but yeah, that would be good if he could find some early success. Let's have a look, shall we, and see what the people are thinking, because right now we've last time we checked we had about 750 votes. Now we've had 2,730. I mean, it's massively jumped up. The excitement is building. More people are joining us, and feel free to put in your thoughts as to what you are thinking in regards to who's going to win this. But right now, Mike Perry has actually just managed to edge ahead with what people think is going to happen. So the majority have got Mike Perry winning by 40% knockout. Jake Paul winning by finish, 39%. 1% in it. Make sure that you voted. There's only 1% in it. And yeah, we've got Jake by decision 12%. We've got Perry by decision 8%. So that means Perry 48%. Jake winning 52%. So it's really, really close. It's getting really close to 50-50. And actually the most selected option is Mike Perry finish 40%. Right, we will be going over to our next fight very, very soon. But Tommy Fury is a low domestic level boxer, said Craig. Jake had no shot at a title when he struggled at that level. Yeah, I agree. I do wonder, you are correct. I do wonder if that fight sort of changed Jake's mind. And I wonder if that fight sort of... Everyone has setbacks. It's not a problem to lose a fight on your way towards a world title. And a fight that was that close as well. But that showed Jake, I think, the level that he's at. And I think that was a wake-up call for Jake. Because I think Jake genuinely believed... Because I think he's got a camp around him of amazing former fighters and trainers that tell him, like, you're putting in the work, you're doing great, all this kind of stuff, right? Building him up his ego, building up his confidence. Not that it needs that much building. I think he was built with... born with a lot of confidence anyway. But I think, like, that was a real... No one can kind of sugarcoat that. He stepped in there with a fighter which I don't think he believed was that great. And for some reason, he found himself not getting the job done. And that... There's not really a way of sugarcoating that, is there? And so he's still making noises about wanting to be a world champion, saying he's going to be a world champion. But as I've just said, we know his next fight is Mike Tyson. We know that he's got a KSI fight that he wants to do. He keeps getting himself into MMA situations. I mean, he said that he will fight Mike Perry. If Mike Perry wins, he will fight him at MMA. If Mike Perry wins. So I think you make an excellent point. Was that the moment that he realized this ain't gonna happen for me? Or I'm not at the level that I really thought, or I've been told I am? Or is it just a setback and, you know, just a bump in the road, and he is actually trying to overcome that? You know, he has just fought 2 boxers, low level, but got first round victories. And I think that if he can get past Perry, get past Mike Tyson, you've got the KSI fight, which hopefully you do early next year. You know, once you get past that, maybe then we can just stop with the nonsense and then, like, get stuck into trying to climb the rankings. And he will be, I think, is he 27 now? Middle of next year, he'll probably be 28. I mean, that's all right. It just is going to depend where he is. I mean, Jake Paul next year may be at the point where he could beat a Tommy Fury. But where does he get? I don't know. I don't know where he would get to. I don't know where his level is at. But that's our main events. We are getting stuck in now to our next fight. This fight, of course, is a rematch, as we said. This is Tony Aguilar taking on Corey Marksman. Aguilar is 12-0 with 4 knockouts. Marksman is 9-0 with 7 knockouts. People think Marksman's going to get this. 69% of people on Tapology have got Marksman. And 31% have got Tony Aguilar. And the bell has sounded and we are underway. And I don't know how many rounds this is going to be. It's 1 of 8. So Marksman is in yellow and green. And Aguilar is in black and grey. Nice jab coming in there by Marksman. So as we said, close fight. Really good fight back in February between these two. A bit of excitement around this as well because, as we said, people I think really enjoyed their first encounter. So this should be a fun fight. Again, both in the center. Quite wide stances by both fighters. This is in the lightweight division. And again, we got Marksman circling round. Both guys are undefeated, of course. They fought against each other. And, oh, there's a lovely right hand there by Aguilar. Going upstairs, getting through with that. We're seeing Marksman going to the body a little bit. Backing up, jabbing away. Nice shot coming in there by Aguilar. And again, Marksman just backing up, trying to put the pressure on Aguilar. But at the moment, oh, no joy. Jab coming in, lovely. Good work there by Marksman. Aguilar is edging forward. Marksman backing up a little bit. Crowd are into it, chanting away, making some noise. 17,000 in attendance, and it looks like 17,000 are actually in the building already, which is very impressive. Marksman back into the middle. Shot coming in there by Marksman. Aguilar again using his footwork, trying to stay out of range. We've had a minute and 45, and it's quite close at the moment. I feel like Marksman has maybe been a little more active. He's certainly worked the body a bit more. Aguilar again throwing in, leading with that left hand, but nothing getting through. And Marksman again coming forward. Both guys, of course, would absolutely love a finish. Really put an exclamation point on that. Aguilar just seemed to stop for a moment there as Marksman let his hands go. He got through with a right hook. Aguilar again in the center. Jab coming in there by Marksman, but it falls short. As again, we've got Aguilar moving back as nice shot coming in there by Marksman. And nice head movement, ducking underneath. Jab coming in there by Aguilar. Nice. Oh, I love that. Aguilar just went down as Marksman went with this left uppercut. Really fast hands by both guys here. This is the action people were hoping to see. Into a clinch. Referee separating both fighters. Lovely exchange. Jab coming in at the end, and that is the end of the first close rounds. Close round. I think I'm leaning Marksman for that round. But close rounds. 8 rounds, this one. Next fight after this is going to be H2O Sylve, who is a brilliant fighter, young prospect, 11-0, 9 knockouts, 20 years old. Real prospect, hot prospect. So much excitement around him. He's in the lightweight division, and he's taking on an undefeated fighter as well. So this fight, I think, should be fun. Next fight, I'm really looking forward to. Then we've got the Amanda Serrano fight. Then it's Jake Paul. So if you are joining us wondering when we're going to get to that Jake Paul fight, the streets are saying about an hour 50. About an hour 50. Obviously, it's going to depend on how long these fights go. If we do get some stoppages and stuff, that'll obviously help things. But here we go. Round number 2. Jab coming in there by Aguilar. Marksman, though, has come in and is matching that. But both in the center. Nice jab there. Body shot coming in by Aguilar. Neither can really establish themselves at the moment. Again, you've got Aguilar. Nice head movement. Getting out the way. Jab coming in. Yeah, oh, love that. Love that by Marksman. Love that. So he threw in a jab. Then he went to the body. And as Aguilar thought there was an opening, he came up and threw this beautiful left hook. Beautiful left hook. Really fast hands here by Marksman. 3-punch combo getting through there against Aguilar. Jab coming in there by Aguilar again. Marksman just struggling with the range for a moment. Uppercut misses by Marksman. Nice jab. Aguilar again having a look, covered up. Jab falls on the guard. You can see a bit of blood, a bit of damage on the face of Aguilar at the moment. Yeah, love that. Oh, beautiful. Lovely. Lovely footwork by Marksman. Check left. Nice uppercut coming in there as well as he gets driven back against the ropes. And he's tying up the arms as well with the clinch going over the top. Jab coming in there by Aguilar. Marksman again. Edging forward. Jab coming into the body by Aguilar. And a nice shot coming back by Marksman. That was great. Big body shot. Crowds seem to enjoy that as a shot comes back there by Aguilar. Oh, but Aguilar's offering some stuff as well here. They're really going at it. It's a completely different fight than what we've just seen. It's a lot more action here. We're over against the ropes in a clinch. Referee has come in. And, oh, that was good by Aguilar. Nice hook shot there by Marksman. Going upstairs. Went to the body. Went upstairs. Couldn't get upstairs through. Referee coming in again, just having a word. It's getting a bit scrappy as we're entering the final stage of this round. Round number 2. Body shot. Yeah, that was well short there by Aguilar. Nice. Both jabbing at the same time there. Both getting their jabs through as well. Nice body shots coming in there by Marksman. Yeah, he really is going after the body, but he's getting driven back against the ropes here by Aguilar. It's got Marksman right up against the ropes as the referee comes in, separates both fighters. This, oh, lovely liver shot there by Marksman. That was so good. That was so good. And there we go. End of the round. I think that's... I'm going to go into the Marksman round. Again, not loads in it, but I just think Marksman's doing really, really well with those combo shots. Getting success with the body as well. And I think he's 2 rounds up here. Levy said, when is Jake Paul, Mike Perry starting? I'm in New Zealand. It starts in an hour and 45. Daze, the hook to girl, is at the fight. She's everywhere at the moment, isn't she? She's got like a manager and everything now because of that like 3-second clip or whatever. It's amazing. It's completely changed her life. I heard she got like, wasn't it like $30,000 or something to appear at like a nightclub? Something like this, like just crazy flipping It's crazy. For like 3 seconds. Footage. That's just seemed to strike a chord with the world. Right, yeah, good work here by Aguilar, who has took the fight to Marksman, driven him back to the corner. Nice body shot. Aguilar up in this round at the moment. And again, Marksman trying to get back into the groove, but Aguilar is showing that he's got plenty about him. Nice head movement there by Aguilar. As Marksman stands in the center. Lovely straight left jab there by Marksman. Aguilar again, trying to get back into being the aggressor, coming forward, jabbing upstairs, jabbing downstairs, but Marksman just putting a beautiful combo together. Look at the work. Look at the work. Brilliant work by Marksman. Brilliant work. But that's brought a dog out in Aguilar. Yeah, man. We're seeing some great exchanges. There was like a 4-5 punch combo there, going downstairs, going upstairs by Marksman. And he was landing all of it as well. But all that's done is it's brought out like a angry side of Aguilar. Yeah, we are seeing Aguilar getting quite frustrated. I think he knows that he's down. So total punches through round 2, 33 have landed for Marksman, 20 for Aguilar. Yeah, Marksman for me, just the better fighter here. He's just landing cleaner. Aguilar, I think, knows it as well. And I think we've seen signs of some frustrations. It's those body shots again. Look, Aguilar comes forward. Marksman, boom! Big left hook into the body, digging it into the body. But, and Aguilar, I think, I always wonder when they react like that, you know, and they just start to get really frustrated and they start to, like, turn up their aggression. I always wonder if that's because they're feeling it and they just know that, like, I've got to get some landing here. Shots coming in. Yeah, that was good. Little dig to the body there by Aguilar. I mean, at the moment, I've got Marksman taking this round as well. I've got him already up on the previous 2. Shot coming into the side of that. I think was that there around the back. Referee just warning him by Aguilar as Marksman comes forward into a clinch though by Aguilar. Referee again having a look as he comes in, separates both fighters, having a word with both guys due to the holding. Nice little dig to the body, tries to go upstairs there, Aguilar. Again, he just planted his feet there. He was just absolutely planted. He was not going anywhere as Aguilar, as he really connected. Really sat down on that punch. And that was nice. But he couldn't really capitalize too much on it. Lovely head movement there by Marksman. Got off the center line. And then was able to slip to the side. Land a little dig into the side of the body. Both fighters enjoying moments. But for me, it's Marksman that's taking the fight. And there is Amanda Serrano arriving. Amanda Serrano has turned up. Big fight for her tonight. Fighting against someone we don't have much information on. Fighting against someone that I think has only lost once. But someone that should not be a challenge for Amanda Serrano. But when is Jake Mike Perry starting, says Levi. It's going to be in about an hour 40, but it depends when we are going to finish some of these matches. Blessings, brother. Wrestling coverage, talk, goats. Birdman, shout out to you, my friends. I hope you are well. Okay, here we go. We are underway. Round number 4 is where we are. So this fight has been a really fun fight. I think it's been a very different fight from the first fight, which has been a lot slower, a lot more calculated. This one, a lot more shots and punches in bunches as they go into a clinch. Referee comes in, separates both fighters. This is round 4. We can go 8 rounds. Lovely shot there by Aguilar. I mean, they're really both throwing with bad intentions. These are not just little taps. They're big, they're big shots that they're both throwing here. Again, into a clinch. Referee comes in, separates both fighters. And we've got Marksman in the center, having a little look, trying to go upstairs. Jab coming back there by Aguilar. Just slipped momentarily there, Marksman. Again, we got Aguilar just back against the ropes, throwing out a couple of jabs. He couldn't land them, though. Jab coming in there by Marksman. Tries to throw a right hand to the body. Went upstairs with a big hook shot. Love that by Marksman. Aguilar again, having a look. Jabbing forward there by Aguilar. Marksman in the middle. He needs to land some stuff here at the moment. I've got to say, this might be an Aguilar round because there's not much that's come from Marksman as the referee. It's very scrappy. It's not going to take much, though. A couple of body shots there by Aguilar. And again, into a clinch, but a couple of shots coming in by Marksman. He's got him back up against the ropes here, Aguilar. He's managed to get Marksman back. He's got him up against the ropes, but tied up. Referee separating both fighters. Again, back into the... That's a horrible camera angle. That's better. Jab coming in there. Oh, swing and a miss by Aguilar. We're back in the center. Yeah, that was a lovely left hand that connected upstairs. And now we're seeing some combo work. Need to see more of this. He needs to have a good 20-odd seconds here, Marksman. He seemed to punch him low. That seemed to be in the thigh. Again, here we go. Back underway. We got 30-odd seconds left to go. Body shot coming in there by Aguilar. And he drives Marksman back against the side of the ropes. Shot coming into the body. And again... Couple of shots coming back by Marksman. Bang, trying to come into the side. 17 seconds. Very scrappy round this, you know. I feel like this round has been a lot scrappier than what we've seen before. And I think that's probably going to just edge it for Aguilar. Lots more clinching going on here. Again, shots coming into the side. He's not allowing him to throw those combos as much. I'm gonna say that one is a Aguilar round. Again, I'd be quite happy if they gave it Marksman. I just think it was sloppier, and I think that he was getting some good body shots in, and I thought the clinching was working well for him there. So that felt closer. Daytona Beach loves Mike Perry, said William. Jake's going to win by decision, says Alex. Paul is going to fall. Paul is going to fall, says William. William, shout out to you. Immortal said midnight. I'm going to be by blackout by then. Yeah, about an hour and 40, but it really depends on how these next fights go. Okay, round number 5 coming up. Edward said, I've tagged you in what Jake is wearing tonight. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Round number 5. Shots coming into the body there by Marksman. Again, look, this clinching, it's a definite change in strategy by Aguilar. And again, he's trying to swing. Nice body shot. Driving. He's very good at driving Marksman back against the ropes or back into the corner. He's very good at doing that. Referee comes in. He's looking to separate both fighters. He's actually having a word with Marksman for a moment. Yeah, so where we're seeing Aguilar get success right now is in the clinch and with driving Marksman back. Once he's got him in a clinch, he can get a few body shots in. And actually what he does is he's taking away like that combo ability that we've seen from Marksman. Marksman has been able in the early rounds to land some really good combinations. And all of that's getting removed at the moment because they're just tying up and he's just frustrating him, really. Oh, that was beautiful, though, by Aguilar. It was right on the chin as well. Lovely right hand seemed to get through. Yeah, Marksman has got to try and get this fight back to what it was in the early stages. Felt like that last round was just a bit of a shift. And it feels like that shift has continued in this round. 1 minute 30. Marksman is the one that's driving Aguilar back at the moment. Yeah, good. That was a lovely 1 to the body, 2 upstairs. Aguilar again on the outside. Marksman standing in the center. Aguilar again trying to find a way forward, but Marksman is the one that's getting his shots off. Jab to the body at the moment. Yeah, he's doing a really good job. It's such an interesting fight, this. I feel like it keeps swinging. I think it was Marksman early, then I think it just swung momentarily to Aguilar, and now we're just seeing how Marksman's trying to deal with that clinching. He's just sort of keeping a bit of distance, and he's just using like single shots a little bit more. He's got Aguilar back in the corner. Nice head movement there by Aguilar. It's actually Marksman that's pressuring Aguilar, which we haven't been seeing much of. But nice shot coming into the body there by Aguilar. He tries to go upstairs. We got about 28 seconds or so to go here. Very close rounds. I feel like both guys have had success at times in this round. Into a clinch. Referee's going to come in. And he's going to separate both fighters. Again, we got Marksman trying to find that way forward. But Aguilar, good movement. Yeah, close round. Commentary is saying close rounds. And there we go. End of the round. That is really tough. That is really tough. I think because it's so close, I'm going to go Aguilar. I'm going to say it's 3-2 to Marksman. There is Logan Paul, which is a little strange because we've already seen him backstage. So this must have been from earlier. Logan Paul arriving with his fiancée. Hulk Hogan! Hulk Hogan is here! Is that Hulk Hogan's girlfriend now? Hogan is here with some blonde lady. Yeah, look at that. There we go. Apparently they do karaoke at Hogan's bar on a Tuesday night. Guys, we should go. We should go this Tuesday. Right, we are underway. Round number 6. JM, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. JM said, who have we got for the main event? I'm hoping that Perry can do the job. So, JM, appreciate the support, my friend. I've got Jake. I mean, I don't disagree. It would be good for Perry. It'd be massive for him. I think Perry is someone that I really respect, actually. He's a born fighter. He's someone that, you know, always gives his all. He's a dog. He gets stuck in there. I think he's done really well. I think he's done really well in BKFC. I think the problem he's got is that he's taking on someone that is a proper trained boxer now. I mean, Jake's been doing this for a good few years. He's been testing himself against, you know, various degrees of, you know, ability. But, I mean, you can't really take anything away from him stepping in there with Tommy Fury. I know that Tommy's not the best of fighters, but he is someone that has got the fundamentals down. Like, he's someone that has grown up in the Fury family, has grown up with boxing. He's someone that, you know, is not a stranger inside a boxing ring. And Anderson Silva as well, someone that also has got some striking ability. He actually beat Chavez Jr., who we saw in the first fight. So for me, I think that I've got Paul winning. I've got Paul winning relatively comfortably. But what I would say is that Perry definitely... Lovely shot there by Marksman. Perry has definitely got a chance, a puncher's chance. I think that he will take Jake Paul shots in the early stages. I think he'll be able to eat them up. I think he'll move forwards. I think he'll get a few moments where he'll land some shots. How that affects Jake Paul will be very interesting. Ultimately, I think that as the fight goes on, it'll swing a bit more in Jake's favor. Perry might start to tire. But basically, Mike Perry's got a plan A and that's it. You know, move forward and just throw. That's it. There's no traps. There's no feints. There's no sweet science. There's no technique. There's no footwork. There's no head movement to speak of. You know, I mean, this is... He's got these things, but only at, like, very, very basic level, you know? So I am definitely looking at Jake by stoppage. But yeah, I think it'd be great if Perry was to do it because he's a dog, man. He's someone that you can really root for. He's a proper fighter that'll get in there and give it a damn good go, you know? Okay. End of round 6. Scrappy once again. There is Mike Perry. Mike Perry has arrived. He's got the BKFC belt. So, Mike Perry. Yeah, Tyron Woodley said that Mike Perry used to text me and say, I'm coming for your belt in UFC. He's a dog, man. He's a dog. He's someone that's got that fight in him. He's someone you can really get behind and root for. I got so much respect for Mike Perry. He's someone, though, that has limitations. I mean, he never really got anywhere in MMA other than, you know, making it to UFC. And there's no shade in that. I mean, he managed to get to UFC. So that's a great level. But within UFC, like, he was never able to kind of climb the rankings and be that title challenger, you know. But he's getting good success in BKFC, so fair play to him. Okay, round number 7. We could be looking at 3-3. This is either 4-2 or 3-3 for Marksman. Yeah, I think Aguilar's really done a good job of frustrating Marksman, and I think Marksman needs to try and get this fight back to what it was in the early stages when he was very comfortably winning. Yeah, there's some good body shots there, and a jab upstairs by Marksman. That was good. Another jab upstairs again there. Yeah, this is good by Marksman. Yeah, lovely body shots, and again, we've got Aguilar just tying up Marksman, but the difference now is that by the time he's getting to the clinch, he's taking a fair bit of punishment. I think Marksman is edging the round at the moment. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Aguilar again in the middle. Marksman having a look, just throwing out that jab. Oh, lovely. Again, moving forward. Jab coming into the body there by Marksman. Aguilar again, backing up. Bang, lovely. Shot there by Aguilar, going to the body with that left hand. Referee coming in, just having a words. Jake Paul is susceptible to body shots, says Dave. Angel said, Dave, shout out to you. Let's go, Jake Paul. Javier says an hour. Well, we're looking at an hour and 27 till the main event, but we know that that main event is likely to be delayed. This fight, for example, looks like it's going to go all 8 rounds. Aguilar has got Marksman in the corner. We got 40-odd seconds left to go here. But referee comes in, separates both fighters. Marksman, for me, getting the better of that of this round in the early stages. Aguilar, I think, has been able to kind of frustrate a little bit. Though, since then, now we're seeing Aguilar just tying up again. Body shot coming in there by Marksman. Again, tied up. Body shot coming in. He's got him over by the ropes. Aguilar, again, tying it up. So frustrating. Boom. Oh, I love that big right hand there by Marksman. Love that right hand. Yeah, I've got Marksman. For me, Marksman has won parts of this round, and then parts of the round were frustrating. I don't know, there was parts of the round that were a dub for Aguilar. Okay, Jake Paul is arriving in a trolley with a can of his energy drink. So there we go. There's like a buggy that's been made to look like a trolley. It's a good idea, actually. And it's got Jake Paul in the trolley with his energy drink. And we've got, like, a pit crew. That's pretty fun, isn't it? Imagine having the money and the ability to just do something like that. Arriving in a giant shopping trolley with someone dressed, dancing away as one of your energy drinks. Right, here we go. Round number 8. Round number 8. The final round. So I've got Marksman up 4-3. So I think Marksman won that last round. They say, though, landed in round 7, 27-24 for Aguilar. A lot of inaccuracy. Aguilar, 17%, Marksman, 18%. Really low accuracy there by both fighters. Really low. Body shots coming in by Aguilar, driving Marksman back against the ropes. Again, nice shot coming into the body there by Aguilar. Referee coming in and just separating both fighters. We've got Aguilar in the center, jab coming in. If Aguilar can take this round, we might be looking at another draw, you know. We might be looking at another draw, and it's a scrappy round again here. Nice shot, body shot there by Aguilar. He is getting through with some shots here. Referee coming in, looking to separate both fighters. Again, swing and a miss there. Marksman looks a bit tired here. Some of these shots are looking a little bit labored from him. Again, shot coming in there by Marksman. Both guys looking gassed. Referee coming in, separating both fighters as Aguilar again looking to jab away. Oh, body shot coming in. Yeah, this does feel very close. A lot of these rounds feel very close. Shot coming in. Nice shot coming into the side of the head there by Marksman. I've got Marksman up by 1. Oh, again, some shots coming in. Lovely by Marksman. But Aguilar again landing some shots. Digging into the body. Aguilar driving Marksman back. It might just be a Marksman round this, you know. Might just be a Marksman round. 18 seconds left to go. Daniel said, we all know that Jake is going to win because if he doesn't, the fight with Mike Tyson would be off. WMY Yogi said, I'm ready for Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. Jake Paul unlocked in an October AT&T Stadium. Fight was originally supposed to happen in July. I think July 20. Yeah, it was meant to be today. Right, that is a really close fight. For me, we might be looking at a draw or a slight Marksman win. I don't think Aguilar won it. I think a draw or a slight Marksman win. Ariel thinks that it is Marksman that's got it. Woodley thinks that Marksman has just done enough as well. I think that Aguilar did a lot of frustrating. I don't know that he did a lot of landing. Yeah. They seem to be in agreement that it's 5-3, which is, to be honest, the score that I've got written down as well. I've got it 5-3, but some of these rounds are so close that, you know, 5-3, that only has to go the other way for it to be 4-4. So that's why, that's how close this is. 5-3 sounds quite like, you know, there's 2 rounds in it, but you just change one round and all of a sudden it's 4-4, and some of those rounds are really close. So it's either 4-4 or 5-3 for Marksman for me. They're just talking about Joshua and Daniel Dubois. Giovanni said, I want Tyson to fight Jake. I'm probably going to go with Jake on this one for the first time. Other than that, I'm just waiting for the right dude to whoop Jake. NBA KKR3 said, no one said if he loses, he will rematch Mike Perry in bare knuckle. Cody said Perry is going to kill Jake Paul. This fight ends in round 3 with the knockout, just like big Mike Tyson is going to kill him too. Birdman said, who's winning this one? I've got Marksman in my parlay. I think Marksman has done enough, but I've got him up by a round. I mean, honestly, it is really, really close. If one of the rounds I gave Marksman, they've given to Aguilar, then it's 4-4. So it's really, really close. Would it be such a bad thing if Mike Tyson fight did not happen, said Justin? That's a good question. No, but I think people do want that big event. Here we go. Scorecards. $76, $76. $77, $75. $78, $74. Majority. Marksman gets it. Marksman gets it. One judge went for the draw. 2 judges went for Marksman. It's a majority decision for Marksman. It's a majority decision for Marksman. So, yeah, I think that's the right call. I think Aguilar did good, though. I think he put up a real fight in there. But that does feel like the right call. So, a win for Marksman in what was a pretty fun fight, to be honest. And we've got 2 fights to go, and then we'll be at the Jake Paul fight. We've got H2O Sylve, who is this amazing young prospect. That should be really, really fun. Looking forward to watching that. Then we've got Amanda Serrano. Then we've got Jake Paul. So it should be in about an hour and 15. Obviously, we don't know that it's going to be in an hour and 15. It might, unfortunately, be a little bit later than that. It really depends on if we're going to get any finishes. We haven't had any in the 3 fights that we've watched now. All 3 fights have gone the distance. Sneaks 2006 said, how do you feel after the Euros? It was tough for England. I feel all right, actually. I've said before, if you lose a final, I personally, and some may disagree, I personally think that is easier to take than either not qualifying or going out in the groups. I've seen England not qualify for tournaments, and I've seen them go out in the group stage. And to me, the pain of that is a lot harder than losing a final, which you wouldn't think because you've come so close that you're almost about to win the trophy and you just fall short. You would think that that would be more disappointing, but I think the truth is, if you don't qualify, there's sort of this massive party that's going on and you're not invited, and you have to watch on the outside. And so the whole thing, you haven't got a chance of winning. You're not even in it, and I think that's worse. Or if you go out in the group stages and then you've got to watch all the other nations in the knockout rounds and you've got another couple of weeks of football and you're not even in it, like, I think that's worse. So for me to lose in the final meant there was nothing else. There was no other games. There was no other tournament. That was it. That was the final. Spain held up the trophy and that was it. So next day you're down. You're like, oh man, that was such a good opportunity for us. Like who knows if we're going to get another final in my lifetime? That might be it. But I think the other way of looking at it is, for the past 2 Euros, England fans have enjoyed the whole tournament. They've been able to watch the whole tournament, speculate about who's going to win, talk about England's chances. So for me, losing a final, it doesn't hurt as much as not qualifying or going out in the groups. So I'm pleased that we are going to get a new manager. I think it's the right time. I think England have got some good players. I don't know that they are the best team. I mean, England against Argentina, I just don't know that England win that game. England against France, when France are in full flow, I don't know that England win that game. We've just seen England against Spain. Spain won, and they deserved it. So I don't know if England win that game. But we're going to have to see what a new England look like under a new manager. But yeah, I don't know. I would say the disappointment of the Euros is already gone. It lasted about 24 hours. And then, obviously, I think the news with Gareth going has kind of... All of a sudden, now we're looking at who's the next manager. You know, we've got an eye on the World Cup. So, yeah, it was all right, actually. It was all right. But, yeah, hopefully the future will be brighter. Wow, we're at nearly 4,000 votes. I don't know where we are with likes, but normally for our UFC streams, we always try to get to 1,000 likes. It sort of feels like we're in that area, to be honest. I mean, considering the poll has had 3,800 votes, considering we're still over an hour away from the main event, it sort of feels like we're in that territory of... like trying to get 1,000 likes. So if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated as we are working our way through the rest of the card. 3 fights left, including the main event. And we should be all done with this, I would say, within the next 2 hours. I think 2 hours, everything should be pretty much wrapped up. I don't know how many rounds H2O Sylve is going to be. I'd imagine Amanda Serrano is probably going to be 10 rounds. Main event is 8, so it's not going to be the longest main event. It's only 8 rounds, and it might not even go the distance as well. I mean, Jake's knocked out his last 2 opponents in the first round. He says he's going to finish Mike Perry within 6 minutes, within 2 rounds. That's his prediction. And he might do, to be honest, he might do. So, yeah, I don't know quite where we're, how long it's going to take us, but we know the scheduled ring walk time for the main event is in 1 hour and 13. Lewis, shout out to you, said the Spain game hurt, but the Italy game, it was there for the taking. Just reset the years of hurt, but that is football, said Lewis. Yeah, I think the Italy game was more disappointing because it was a penalty shootout, and really at that point, I don't want to say it's a lottery, but it's a penalty shootout. It feels like it could go either way, really. It's at that point, it's not about tactics and all this kind of stuff. Clearly, there's work you can do with penalties, and England have done that work, but I mean, that's as close as you're ever going to get. You cannot get closer to winning than losing a penalty shootout. And at one point, we were winning the penalty shootout as well. Pickford actually made a save, and we were ahead. The upsetting thing is, and I don't know that... well, I'm sure England fans have thought about this, but if England had scored the 3 penalties they missed, it wouldn't have mattered what Italy did. They could have scored. They wouldn't have mattered. Pickford had already made a save. So if England scored those last 3 penalties, we would have won. So we were 3 penalties away, 3 successful penalties away from winning the Euros. That one stung. That one definitely stung. That one took me longer than 24 hours to get over. But the Spain one, I mean, the better team won, didn't they? The better team won. Even if we'd got to extra time, I think Spain would have done us. We would have had to have got them to penalties, and then maybe we would have had a chance. But there's every chance we would have lost it in extra time anyway. So, yeah, I think England, you know, it was a weird tournament. England lived a very charmed life. I think the time was up for Gareth. I just hope we get a good manager now. I hope we get someone that is going to really unlock our potential, our true potential. Because it does feel like we've played with the handbrake on. And if we get freed now, I mean, World Cup could be very exciting for England fans. But I don't know. It's a long way in the future. Many things can change, of course. But it is what it is there. Just previewing H2O Sylve right now. As we said, big prospects. Robert said, I just got home from a wedding. Did I miss anything? No, not really. I mean, a couple of interesting fights. Chavez Jr. managed to beat Uriah Hall by, I think it was unanimous decision. Marksman has just beat Aguilar by majority decision. Now we've got H2O Sylve taking on Lucas Bahdi. Someone's O has got to go. H2O Sylve, minus 360 favourite. Taking on Lucas Bahdi at plus 280. And this is in the lightweight division. H2O Sylve is 91% of people on Tapology have gone with him to get the win here. So the odds are with him. The people are with him. He's a huge prospect. He's only 20 years old, undefeated, signed to MVP. So he's signed to Jake's promotion. Excellent head movement, lovely jab, finds openings. He's improving at a rapid pace. I mean, there's just so much to like about H2O Sylve. He's definitely someone on the rise. And honestly, there's a chance of a knockout here, but this is his toughest fight. This is not a showcase fight. This is a tough fight. He's taking on Lucas Bahdi, who's 16-0. Lucas Bahdi has got 14 knockouts himself. He's a power puncher. He's got experience. He's aggressive. Good fundamentals. He's on a 3-fight win streak, and he's definitely got the tools to get a shock win here. If you think about how much buzz there is around H2O Sylve, he coming in at minus 360 is quite a surprise, to be honest, because he's been much wider in his previous fights, but I suppose that shows how close this fight is going to be. So they're just previewing that at the moment, and we will be underway with this fight next. H2O Sylve taking on Lucas Bahdi. After that, Amanda Serrano. After that, Jake Paul. Christopher said, how happy would we be to see Jake go all out? Mike Perry eats everything and then gets a brutal KO halfway through the third. I would be happy. I would be happy. I don't have really anything against Jake Paul. I respect the work he's put in, actually. So I don't really have like a hatred for Jake Paul. I think that he is living his life, and you know, it is what it is. But I do like Mike Perry. There are fighters that I've wanted to see beat Jake. Like the last two, like journeymen, I haven't really cared about. I didn't even watch the fights, to be honest. I don't know that many people watch the fights. So those fights I just wasn't really engaged with. But I wanted Anderson Silva to win because I'm a big Anderson Silva fan. I wanted Tommy to win because I thought that it would be more embarrassing for Tommy to lose than Jake to lose. If Jake loses to Tommy, well, he's just lost to someone that's been boxing his whole life. He's just lost to someone that's a fury. He's just lost to someone that should be getting a win over Jake Paul. So I kind of felt like if Tommy lost, then it would be a lot more detrimental for Tommy than it would be for Jake. So I rooted for Anderson to win. I rooted for Jake to win. I didn't care about the last couple of people. To be honest, I wasn't massively bothered about Nate Diaz. Nate Diaz, I think, has had a lot of success. And I think that Nate Diaz is a big name. And I think that Nate Diaz is someone that is stepping into boxing. And I don't know that you can really expect him to get the win over Jake. So I wasn't really that engaged by that fight, to be honest. Which is a bit of a surprise to me. That is a fight that I really thought I'd be up for. But I don't know. Something about it, I just wasn't really feeling it. I think with this Mike Perry fight, I don't expect Mike Perry to win, but I do respect Mike Perry in the sense of he's a fighter. He's a fighter, and he's not had the success that Nate Diaz has had. He's someone that is a fighter who is fighting for anything and everything he can get his hands on, you know? Like MMA, he put in the work. It didn't, like, it worked okay, but he was never a top contender. And then he ends up getting cut and he leaves there. And then he goes to BKFC and he's gone 5-0. And he's got this new lease of life. And now he's found himself with this opportunity where his main event in this cards, and there's like 17,000 people there. And you're like, go on, Mike. Go on, Mike. I've just got this. Go on, Mike. You get it. You get after it, mate. I've got this like goodwill towards Mike Perry. So I would say that I would love to see it happen. Not because of Jake, but because of Mike Perry. I would love for Mike Perry to get the job done. And for him, really. So, yeah, I would love for it to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's going to be a victory for Jake Paul. We've said earlier that, like, I just don't think his camp would be taking this fight if they felt there was a serious risk. There's obviously a risk, but a serious risk, because they are not going to want to jeopardize the Mike Tyson fight. You know, Jake losing, getting knocked out to Mike Perry, that is going to affect the buy rates of the Mike Tyson fight. I mean, Jake Paul's still a name. It's still going to pull in numbers, but I don't think it's going to do numbers as good as if he goes in still having not been knocked out, you know? I think people are hoping that Mike's the one. People are hoping that Mike Tyson is going to be the one. What if Mike Perry is the one? What if Mike Perry does it? That then takes a massive part of the fight away, doesn't it? So it's a risk, but it's a risk that they felt is worth taking, is an acceptable risk, and that shows you their confidence. Have they miscalculated it? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think they're probably right. I think that this probably should be a bit of a bridge too far for Mike Perry, but it's still a gamble. Okay, Bahdi has made his way down. H2O Sylve against Lucas Bahdi is going to be our next fight. Who wins out of Canelo or Eubank Jr.? Canelo. Bro, did the fight start? Not yet. We got ring walks. Chicken Wing says Jake will win. Who won out of Jake or Perry? We haven't got there yet, so we're still waiting for that. Enlightenment Divide said if Jake wins, it's because it's rigged. What would make you think that? What makes you think that? Why do you think all of his fights have been rigged? What would make you think that it was rigged? I don't think that they're doing that. I don't think that's what's happening. I think that he's putting the work in. I think that he is someone that, and I've said this before, you see this with boxing, that you get some troubled youths who don't know where to channel their energy, don't know where to channel their focus. And really, boxing is infamous for that, you know, for taking people that have got a troubled background and focusing their aggression, their anger, their focus into something more positive. You know, Anthony Joshua was quite the tearaway when he was young, and he found boxing, and he fell in love with it, and he put all of his energy into it. And I think that what we're seeing is similar from Jake Paul. The problem Jake's got is that he found it too late. I don't know how old he was when he had his first fight. I don't know if it was like 22, 23. But, I mean, really, by that point, I mean, we've got H2O Sylve, who's just stepped into the ring. He's 11-0 with 9 knockouts, and he's 20. And unfortunately, if you're going to start boxing at the age of 22, 23, you're so far behind the curveball. You're so far behind. You're playing catch-up so much. You've got to be somewhat real special to catch up. You've got to be somewhat real special to get yourself into the mix when we live in a world where there's people like H2O Sylve and, you know, really good young fighters that are coming through, and amateur fighters in the Olympics right now that will transition into the professional game eventually, that are going to bring all of that amateur experience. It's very hard to come into boxing when you're in your early 20s if you've not been doing it properly before that, you know? But I think outside of that, I think he has put the work in. And I think what he's done as well is he's got money, and he's been able to surround himself with brilliant sparring partners, brilliant trainers, some of the best advice, some of the best training. And, you know, I think that has helped him kind of fast track his development. So I don't know. I don't buy into like the whole fights being rigged stuff. I just think that it's hard work, good trainers. But equally, I don't think he's going to close the gap where he can be a world champion. You know, Eddie Hearn said there's no way Jake Paul's going to be a world champion. There's no way. He won't be able to catch up. And he still stands by that today, by the way. He's still. I saw an interview with Eddie, I think it was last year, and he was still saying the same. And I don't know. Jake's one of those that likes to kind of take that challenge and shove it in your face, but I can't see it. He's still saying he wants it, but I can't see it. And fights against like Mike Perry, I don't see how that's going to really help. Because Mike Perry, I think, is going to be very limited. He's going to have a plan A, and that's it. But we can come back to that fight in a bit. We're going to turn our attention to this fight. This, of course, is H2O Sylve taking on Lucas Bahdi. This is our Coco main event, as we are getting ready for this one. Bell has sounded. I don't know how many rounds we're looking at here. Is it 6 or 8? Round 1, we've got, it's 10? 10 rounds. Wow. I wasn't expecting 10. I thought it could be 8. Now, these two have got plenty of knockouts on their record, right? H2O Sylve is in the center. Oh my God, beautiful. Lovely little upcut there by Sylve. He's got on his trunks, he's got Inside Out 2 all over his trunks. So I'm guessing he's had a sponsorship. So the Pixar film Inside Out with all the animated characters, he's got that all over his trunks. That's pretty. That's pretty wild. Seeing a movie being promoted on a fighter's ring gear. So right now we've got Paddy just cannot get going here. It's all H2O Sylve. And he's trying to throw in a jab, and Sylve keeping it quite tight. He's having a little look. He's got Paddy backed up. Couple of jabs coming in. Sylve covering up. You got to keep your eyes on H2O Sylve. There is so much excitement around him. So much excitement. It would not stun me to see him get a knockout finish here. I don't think he's getting it early. I do think that Paddy is going to be bringing plenty to this fight, but Sylve is expected to pick up the victory. I think they showed that on the app it was 76% thought that H2O Sylve was going to get the win here. Jab coming in there by Paddy. Sylve continuing to put the pressure on. Paddy is throwing in a lovely shot to the body there. And jab coming in by Sylve. Trying to go over the top with the right hand. Paddy is backing up in the corner. Sylve in the middle. Jab coming in there by Sylve. Jab coming in there by Paddy. And he's got him over by the ropes. Uppercut coming in. Dig to the body there by Paddy. Jab coming back there by Paddy. Swinging away there by Paddy as well. Another jab coming in. Paddy getting some shots through here, but Sylve not looking concerned in any way. He's having a little look. 20 odd seconds left on the clock into a clinch. Still feels to me like Sylve is ahead, but Paddy with a nice flurry. Again, we've got Sylve throwing in a jab. Paddy, I don't think that got through. Jab coming back to the body. Yeah, he's got, that's a lovely right hand that he manages to throw over. Doesn't get loads of it. I think Sylve just did enough to take that in the early stages, but Paddy definitely getting a moment towards the end. Just seeing Sylve's corner. Phil PR74 said, hello, Daze from Puerto Rico. You're my favorite fight streamer. Phil PR, shout out to you, my friend. Welcome, welcome. I hope you and everyone in the chat are enjoying the fights so far. As we said, we are starting to get our way through them. There's not loads left. We've just got one more after this, and then we will be at that main event. Main event Meant to be in 56 minutes. Wasn't long ago we said it was 2.5 hours. It's just 56 minutes now, but it might be a bit delayed. It really depends on how these fights are going to go. Can we get a finish in these next 2 fights? Sylve is all over Bahdi, and lovely hands, uppercut, and then a big right hand as well. Couple of jabs coming in there by Sylve. Bahdi, again, trying to just stick that left hand out to give Sylve something to think about. Jab again there by Bahdi as Sylve continues to move forwards. Hook shot just misses. Body shot coming in there by Sylve. And again, we've got Bahdi back against the rope. Sylve keeping his eyes on him. Went for a big right hand. Couldn't get it through. You can see what Bahdi is doing with that left lead hand. You know, sometimes with your lead hand, you're just using it as a jab. Sometimes you're using it as a rangefinder. Sometimes you use it as just something to kind of occupy your opponent's attention. And he does just like to stick it out there sometimes, just to, again, keep Sylve back, but also just keep him occupied. There can be a right hand that comes in behind it. Right now, we've got Sylve again in the center. Lovely. Love that right hand by Sylve. Cracking Bahdi in the side of the head, but a jab comes back there by Bahdi. Jab coming in there by Sylve. Bahdi again. Oh. Just feinting forward. Sylve did bite, but Bahdi wasn't able to capitalize on that. Couple of jabs coming into the body there by Bahdi. We got 1 minute 13 or so. Uppercut misses by Sylve. Bahdi again. Very calculated by Bahdi. Oh, love that. Lovely right hand uppercut, but it just missed by Bahdi. Just missed. Jab coming into the body there by Sylve. And again, nice body shot. Bahdi again backing up as Sylve stands his ground in the middle. Jab coming into the body there by Bahdi. Tries to go upstairs with a hook shot. Bahdi might be landing a little bit cleaner here. And Bahdi backing up a little bit. It feels like Sylve is waiting for that big opening. But whilst he's waiting for it, there's a couple of shots that are getting through by Bahdi. Yeah, he really is fighting a very calculated fight here, Bahdi. Jab coming in there by Sylve. That was good. And nice body shot there by Sylve as well. Like, see a few more of that. Just a bit more. Turn that up a little bit. He keeps looking for this big finish, this big attractive finish shot. He keeps throwing these big kind of overhand hooks. Again, another shot coming in there by Sylve. Close round, that one. Close rounds. I think where it's close... That's tricky. Close rounds. I feel like Bahdi really got some success there. But Perry is going to make Jake his ragdoll. And if Paul even does win, Iron Mike Tyson is going to kill him, says Cody. Sounds like the baddie is going to gas out, says Gab. Cody said, let's go, Perry. John's Gaming Corner said, who have we got in this one? Oh, Sylve. H2O Sylve. Definite. We're just seeing some of this body work. Uppercut there, though, by Sylve was nice. Yeah, very tit for tat. Here we go. Coming into round number 3. This one can go 10. And as we said, it is Coco main events. As both fighters step into the middle. Jab coming in there by Bahdi. Need to really, really keep an eye on this round because Sylve's game plan is not quite doing it for me. He might need to make some adjustments, and I'm interested to see if he has made any. He's trying to avoid that lead hand. He's managed to get underneath it. Lovely right hand to the body. Bahdi is backing up into the corner. Bahdi throws the right hand as Sylve gets out the way. 1-2 coming in down the middle. Couple of shots coming back there by Sylve, and again going to the body by Sylve. Bahdi, again, backing up. Again, quite close. Lovely overhand right. You can see at the moment Sylve has landed 18. He's thrown 44. He's got an accuracy of 41% on his power punches. I would like to see the total punches because I feel like Sylve is specializing and really targeting the power punches. I feel like that's not what Bahdi is going for. Bahdi is just keeping it a lot simpler and a lot tidier. So power punches, Sylve is up. Total punches would be good to see. Shot coming into the side of the head there by Sylve. Bahdi backing up a little bit. You can tell that Bahdi is very, very respectful for what Sylve is bringing here. Lovely. That's a lovely left. Cracked him right on the jaw there. You can see that Bahdi's face is getting a little bit red. Nice body shot coming in there by Sylve. Shot coming back there by Bahdi. Jab coming in there by Bahdi as well. Again, these rounds, they're close. They're close. Oh, I love that, though, by Sylve. Backed up against the ropes. Bahdi lunged in with, like, a jab. Sylve just cracked him in the side of the head with a hook shot. He is looking for a finish. Oh, side of the head. Lovely by Sylve. He waited, and as Bahdi leaned forward, boom, again, another hook shot right in the side of the head. Bahdi stumbled. Definitely felt that one, and that's going to look good to the judges as well. What we're seeing now is Bahdi having to, like, really reach to land these jabs, and as he's reaching, it's just allowing Sylve to pick him off with these hooks. So Sylve maybe changing the game plan a little bit, staying a little bit further back so that Bahdi has got to reach a little bit more, and as he reaches in, boom, boom, opportunity is there. Yeah, oh, that's a lovely shot there by Bahdi, though. So I think that Sylve takes that for me. I think we're looking at 3-0 or 2-1. I think that Sylve is ahead. He's looking very composed. He's not looking like he's in any danger. And actually now he's starting to just change it up a little bit. As we said, take that little step back. It's meaning Bahdi has got to lunge forward a bit more, which is exposing him. And these hook shots are coming in by Sylve. And that one that cracked him in the side of the head meant that Bahdi was all at sea. So, yeah, Sylve ahead here. Perry is going to knock out Jake. That would break the internet, said Sam. I should get £1 every time someone asks about the Jake Paul fight, said Spartan Major. Yeah, it is what people are most interested in, of course. And that fight is coming up. We thought it would be in about 48 minutes. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to be in 48 minutes. But here we go. Round number 4 on this one. We are getting closer to that main event. They're saying that now is the time where Bahdi has got to step this up. He's got to step this up. So Bahdi again coming forward, trying to go to the body, lunging to the body again. Sylve is throwing in a shot upstairs. Hook shot misses there. Great head movement. Great head movement by Sylve. Sylve just seems to have got into a rhythm now. And he's the one that's coming forward, going to the body, going upstairs, mixing it up. Hook shot upstairs, hook to the body. Bahdi tries to throw a shot back. He's backing up a little bit as Sylve continues to move forwards. Trying to land on Bahdi. Bahdi backing up against the ropes. Swinging away. And again, little digs to the body. Bang, bang. Missed with the uppercut there by Sylve. Yeah, but good body shot. And he landed a body shot there, Sylve. And then managed to take a couple of steps back. So that Bahdi's response missed. Round 4 of 10. Sylve definitely throwing big shots, power punches, looking for the finish. I feel like right now, it's probably likely that Sylve gets the finish. I think he has managed to get through with some big shots. He's looking very composed. And he's already had Bahdi just kind of rocked momentarily. Little dig to the body. And again there by Sylve. Sylve is being the aggressor. Shot comes back there by Bahdi, but it falls short. Nice head movement by Sylve. Swing and a miss. He's got Bahdi backing up. Again, he goes for a hook shot, but Bahdi moves out the way. Lovely shot coming in there by Sylve. Bahdi again coming back with a lovely shot. Ah, little dig to the body there by Sylve. That was good. Oh, and upstairs with a hook. Yeah, you can see the damage on Bahdi's face here. This is not enough by Bahdi at the moment. I think this is going to be another Sylve round. I think these shots as well that Sylve is landing, they look like they've got a bit of sting behind them. And again, he's trying to find a way forward. You can just see as he drops his head, trying to find something there, Bahdi. Sylve comes in with some lovely hooks. He's mixed it up a lot more. We've not seen what he was doing in round 3 as much here. It's been a slightly different game plan, but an equally as successful game plan. And for me, we have very much got only one fighter in this at the moment. That's another round for Sylve. What is the estimated Jake start time, said Sean? We're expecting it to be in around about 45 minutes. Obviously, it really depends on how this is going to go in regards to finishes and whatnot. At the moment, it's probably looking like that start is going to be a little bit later than that. But, yeah, it's not going to be too far. I think that H2O Sylve should be getting a finish in this fight. That's kind of how it seems to be tracking. Daze, do you know a place called Kidderminster? I remember you saying you're from Stourbridge, said Lewis. I do know Kidderminster. Funnily enough, never went to Kidderminster loads when I was young, but it's only down the road from Stourbridge. So certainly went there... well, several times. So, yeah, I've been to Kidderminster. Actually, went to a friend's wedding in Kidderminster. Jab coming in there by Sylve. Again, jab coming in there by Sylve as Bahdi backs up. You guys in Kidderminster have got this old, like, shopping centre. It really reminds me of, like, the 60s and the 70s. And it's got, like, I believe it had a little cafe in there. And I remember going in, like, 10 years ago. And I was like, man, I felt like I was going through a time warp. I felt like I was taking a step back into the past. I don't know if it's still there now. I don't know what work's been done to Kidderminster, but yeah, you've got, like, markets and everything. And I can't remember. I mean, like... I worked in I helped set up a little pop-up shop there once. So I did a bit of work in Kidderminster as well. Okay, round 5. And Sylve, again, moving forwards. It's a bit weird turning Josh Alexander in Canada since he's from there, says Tom. Hello, Tom. When is this going to start, said AB3. That is the question that everyone's asking. When are we getting to the Jake Paul fight? And the answer is it's meant to be in 40 minutes. But at the moment, we've still got one more fight to go after this. And this one may go the distance. It's all Sylve. I mean, I think we're sort of getting to the point where maybe a couple more rounds, it's going to be irrelevant. I think that Sylve is going to have done enough to get the win. It's just about, can someone find a finish? So, again, backing up as Bahdi is moving forward. You can see a bit of damage all on the nose. Bit of red marking and swelling and body shot there by Sylve. Bahdi is struggling. He's trying to throw in a jab back, but Sylve backing up a little bit. He's not being as aggressive as what we had seen from him before. Head movement there by Sylve. Again, trying to find a way forward. Keeping down, back, edging forward. Swing and a miss there by Sylve. And again, lovely. Hook shot landed. Body shot, got that through. And an uppercut. Good body shot. Good uppercut. He's got H2O has got Bahdi backing up a little bit here. Bahdi, though, with a straight right to the body. We've got about 10 seconds left to go. I feel like Sylve takes his time, takes ages to kind of get Bahdi in a position, and then he'll get a few shots off. But really, the amount of time and the amount of work it takes to kind of set these things up, he doesn't get like a great reward for it. I still think he's taking the rounds, though. Bahdi goes back to his corner. You can see there's bloods. And they're saying to him, you've got to be moving your heads. They're telling him to take some deep breaths as well. Take a little sidestep before you let go. But this match has been a banger, said Tom. Well, after this, we've got Amanda Serrano. She's going to be in action. Always fun to be watching Amanda Serrano compete. So she will be in action after this. Okay, going into round number 6. So this is H2O Sylve. I've got him up by, I mean, that was round 5. I've got him up by at least 4. Commentators are saying that Bahdi has been stuck in neutral since the opening bell. So commentators seem to be thinking that Sylve has kind of got this as well. And as we said, are we at the point where, like, he's going to need a finish? Uppercut there by Sylve. Again, going upstairs. Flurry of shots. He's got to make sure. Oh, look at that. Getting some wonderful shots through there, H2O Sylve. Really good work. He's really pouring it on. And again, lovely movement. Bang, bang, bang. So skillful. So skillful. So much to admire about this guy. He's got such a bright future. Uppercut coming in there by Bahdi, though, who, you know, is undefeated himself. Jab coming back. Crowd enjoyed that little flurry by Sylve. Todd Grisham asking, is there anything that Bahdi can do to get any more success here? But anything he's tried, Sylve just seems to have an answer for it. Jab coming in, doubling up on the jab there by Sylve. Again, a couple of shots coming back. What I would say is that I don't feel like we're much closer to a finish. So in that regard, it doesn't feel like... It feels like this one may be going all 10 rounds. Again, he's got Bahdi backing up a little bit. Shot coming in there by Sylve. And again, another shot coming in. Bahdi with a shot upstairs. Lovely body shot coming in there by Sylve. Ah, lovely jab there by Sylve. Nice footwork on the outsides. Bahdi again trying to lunge in. Sylve just doesn't look like he's took any shots at all, to be honest. Doesn't look gassed. Looks to be in really good shape. Nice right hand coming in. Bahdi, his shots are looking a little bit more laboured now. Again, jab coming into the body. Sylve on the outside. Again, trying to cover up. Nice shot coming in there by Bahdi. Oh my God! He's just knocked Sylve out cold! He's just knocked him out cold! Oh my God! H2O Sylve has just been KO'd. He was in complete domination. Oh, what a knockout. Oh my God, Bahdi has got the win, and it is completely against the grain. Completely against the grain. He manages to land a nice shot. I think it was to the body, and then there's another shot that comes in that puts H2O Sylve away. Nice shot, finish. Down he goes. Boom! Face planted. Mates. Mates. It's a sick knockout. It's a sick knock. That'll be doing the rounds on social media right now. That'll be all over social media. You need to see it. It's a sick knockout. And it's completely against the grain of the fight. They're saying that he was losing every second of every round. I mean, I don't quite know it was that extreme, but he certainly was losing the fight. And I think we'd certainly got to the point where he needed a finish. Oh my God, mate. They're not even showing the replay because I think H2O Sylve is still down. Spartan said Sylve down. Man alive. EMTs are in the ring, you know. H2O is going to have a headache tomorrow. Massive smiles in Bahdi's corner. That is completely against the grain. That was crazy. That was crazy. Sticky Bud said he had a bright future, but it's all over now. Well, he's 20. He can bounce back from this, but... And he's a good fighter. But, oh, my God. And he was winning as well. I mean, he is going to be absolutely devastated. And you know what? I'm not going to say that this is like the main event, but there are people saying, are you watching Jake Paul? I think that Paddy, who is an undefeated fighter himself, 16-0, 14 knockouts of those 16 wins. There's Sylve. Woodley said, I was in the same position. I was in this same arena. I was winning every round. I'm not sure he was. I got comfortable and then boom, I got put down. They're still not showed the replay, you know. They've still not shown the replay. It is sick. Why won't they show it? I think they're still working on him. And to be honest, I think they're still just checking that everything's okay with him. It's amazing. I really want to see it. It's amazing. Face first, out, cold, knockout. And I tell you, even if you don't care about this fight, you should be excited because this fight is over. There's only one more fight to go. There's only the Serrano fight, and then we'll be at the Jake fight. Yeah, it's true. I mean, this is the boxing game. It just takes one mistake. Just one mistake. There's Sylve. He's in the middle of the ring, and he's sat on a stool. And they're probably trying to have to remind him what is... Oh, boom! And it's just like the Woodley one in regards to he face plants. Hook shot, face plant. Yeah, that hook shot, that's a lovely shot. Boom, boom. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's a 3-punch combo. It's a beautiful right. Then he ducks down after it, Sylve, comes back up. As soon as he comes back up, right hook shot, left hook shot, down he goes, face plants. Amazing. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's such a good knockout. If there's a better knockout than that this year, I have not seen it, says Ariel Hawani. Yep. Amazing. Amazing. Daze, who have you got, Mike or Jake? I've got Jake winning. I think Jake wins, but I think what that fight has just shown, maybe just reminded us, is that in boxing, one mistake can be punished. Sylve was winning that fight. And he is an undefeated 20-year-old with just such a bright future. And, yeah, I mean, he is going to be absolutely devastated. He's trying to stand up. He got took inside out, man. He's still got that on his trunks. Good advertising for Inside Out, though, because that knockout is going to be flipping everywhere. all you're going to see is him and his trunks crashing down to the mat with the inside out flipping advertisement on them. So he's back on his feet, and which is obviously good to see, and he is embracing Bahdi. He had Bahdi on toast, mate. I mean, that was he was done. Bahdi was flipping done. Look, Bahdi's having a word with Sylve. Gutted. They're gutted. They are gutted. Lewis, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the kind words. Rucker Mana P said Jake's got 13% for decision, 38% for finish. Perry has got 9% decision, 40% for finish. That means Jake 52%, Perry 49%. Jake's gonna win. So at the moment, yeah, people are really split in the chat. We're coming up to 5,000 votes. And so people are really split, but I mean, that's brilliant, to be honest, because you want a fight that's going to have people kind of divided, because how boring if this was a fight that was just going to be like super simple and like straightforwards, and Jake Paul's, yeah, everyone thinks he's just going to win in round one, you know? Jake's predicted he's going to get the job done in side 2 rounds. They're saying he'll never have a better career moment than that. It's an amazing moment. Maybe they're not putting the title on Hendry because he'll be the first to win a WWE title, says Decay. Jack said Slammiversary was good. Cal said, how are you doing? I'm good, thank you. The amount of commentators sleeping on Mike Perry is insane, said X Cortisol X. I knew it would be tough. What was going wrong for you early on? He's very twitchy, he's very quick. It was hard to get to him. For some reason, I was finding myself being a little hesitant. He's very fast. Good counters. It was tough. He's a great fighter. H2O Sylve is a great fighter. Was you waiting or looking for something? It's amazing. Ariel Hawani said, in my opinion, that is the knockout of the year. It's the best knockout that I've seen. And the fact that it's happened to H2O Sylve as well. I mean, this is such a shock. 91% of people on Tapology thought he was going to get the win. He was a minus 360 favorite, but I think by the time he did his ring walk, it was even wider. These were 2 undefeated fighters. Yeah. Paddy said, I said to him, keep your head up, kid. You're an incredibly young and talented fighter. You've still got a bright future. Amazing. Amazing. Right, Chad said, can't be good. Jake watching his boy get sparked out before he fights, said Chaz. Terry said, don't bet against Paul for the same reason you don't bet against the Harlem Globetrotters. Mikey said, I don't know if Jake or Mike would win, to be honest. Cal said, I haven't been around to work, but what did we think of the Wyatt 6 segment? It was good, especially Bo in the flesh. Oh, yeah, I feel like we covered that. That was all the way back on Monday, weren't it? So, yeah, I thought it was really good. I think that it sets up the SummerSlam match. We got to see the entrances. We got to see Bo being himself and just laughing as he was getting attacked. I thought it was a good segment, yeah. I thought it was really good. And I thought the Rowan interview was really good as well. So, I mean, so far for me, we're really solid. Really, really solid. Did you think it was coming home, said Peter? I don't know, to be honest. In my heart of hearts, knew that we'd been on the easier side of the draw. I thought that when we got to the final, Spain were favourites. After the first half, when Spain hadn't really had any kind of big shots, I was quite pleased at half-time that we'd neutralised them. The only problem is we hadn't really offered anything either. I thought that if it was going to come home, it would probably be penalties. And actually, I put 30 quid on England to win on penalties. So I suppose in that regard, I thought there was a chance that it was going to come home. But if it was going to happen, I thought we would have to take it to penalties. And so when it went 1-1, I thought we had a chance. Because England have scored late goals in the tournament, and so is there a chance they could get another late goal? And I also thought, penalties, there's a chance. So I thought there was a chance, yes. I thought there was a chance. But I think in my heart of hearts, Spain was the favourite, and I had accepted that, and I was okay with that. So we spoke about it earlier. It stung, but it only stung for about 24 hours. And then I was okay. I think Gareth leaving has helped, actually, England fans. Because a lot of the blame, I think, has been put on him. And him not being attacking enough and not going after it. And, you know, maybe picking Kane when Kane wasn't really fit. And I know that people will be bored about football talk, so I'll wrap it up there. But I think the fact England are now searching for a brand new manager has kind of moved the conversation on. So I think England fans are okay. But obviously one day we definitely want that trophy. Any trophy. Well, we don't mind if it's the World Cup or the Euros. We don't mind really. Just any trophy that I can see England win, any major trophy I can see them win in my lifetime would be delightful. And I think they've got a good chance. How much would you have got from that 30 quid? I think it was like 8-1 England win on penalties. So you're looking at about £240 plus the 30 back, so it would have been 270. So it was 8-1 England win on penalties. I played the Euro game. I played a couple of games actually during the Euros. You could go to the Euro website and you could predict scores, and you could do a dream team thing. And I played both of those. And for the final, I predicted it would be 1-1. And I put £30 down on England to win on penalties. It was 1-1 until the 86th minute, 4 minutes from the end, and then Spain score, and the final score was 2-1 Spain. So, but to be perfectly honest, you know, we still would have had to have got to extra time, and we still would have had to have got through that. And then we would have had to have got to penalties and then won the penalty. I mean, we were still a good distance away. It's not like it was right there in our hands. I mean, I feel like Spain were the worthy winners. I haven't really heard anyone argue that. Everyone sort of said Spain were the rightful winners. They were the best team in the tournament. They deserved to win it. So the Italy loss 3 years ago hurt more, definitely. Because that, I mean, it was we got to penalties on that one, and we were winning that penalty shootout. So Cal said eventually in football, luck just runs out. We were way too lucky and then came back. We didn't get a good half of football, and unfortunately we played the best side tactically. Trouble with Southgate teams is we just don't start playing until we fall behind. Who won out of Jake or Mike Perry, said David. It's not happened yet. We're still waiting. It's meant to be in 22 minutes, but right now we've still got to do the co-main event. So unfortunately, we're still a distance away. So we're working our way towards it. Coming up next, Amanda Serrano is in action. She's taking on Stevie Morgan, and this should be a warm-up fight for her. Obviously, she's got her sights set on Katie Taylor. So, yeah, this is a warm-up fight. Not too concerned, to be honest, about Serrano losing this. I think she'll get the win. Does she get the stoppage? Don't know, to be honest. I mean, she's got 46 wins and 30 knockouts. She's 35. I don't know that she's going to be getting a knockout here. To be honest, I don't know much about Stevie Morgan. I mean, she's 14-1 with 13 knockouts, but she's been facing very low-level talent. So it does make it very difficult to know what to expect from Stevie Morgan. So we have got some other fights coming up. Crawford's going to be in action on August 3rd. And Joshua against Daniel Dubois for, is it the, I forget which belt that's for. Is it the IBF belt that had to get vacated that Dubois has got now? So Joshua Dubois for a world title at Wembley. Boxing World Championship at Wembley Stadium. Dubois goes in as champ. Can AJ get the job done? I'm working a graveyard shift tonight. What's the estimated time for the fight, said Elite GB? Yeah, as we said, meant to be in... oh, they're goofing around backstage. So... someone's... they've got a fake arm. What is going on? What is this? We've got a police officer. There's a chicken. Oh, it's an advert. Got you. So we were just backstage, and I think Jake was doing like an arm wrestling thing. The guy pulled the arm, and it came out. It was a fake arm. So Jake starts going, oh my God, and he starts like pretending that his arm's been pulled out. Then there's a police officer that appeared. Then there was someone chasing after a chicken. The camera falls on the floor. You see cans of the energy drink, and it was an advert. Clever though, because it's made to look like you've gone backstage. And you're in their, like, changing room, you know? So it was a clever advert, in all fairness, even if it was a bit goofy. Trouble with Southgate, we don't start playing till we fall behind. Edward said, have a look at Jake's gear. It's cool. I've tagged you in it. I can try and do that, but might be a challenge. Just because I may have been tagged... in a few bits and bobs. Daze, I've got a feeling that we might see Alexa. Yes, I think we may see Alexa as well, buds, at SummerSlam. Do you think that Jake would ever box Logan? I think they've said they won't do that for their mom. I think they've said they won't do that for their mom, so I don't think so. I don't think so. It's one that I think they would be interested in doing, but I think they've said to her, like, we won't do it. She doesn't want us to do it. So they've agreed to not do it. Not going to lie, I've got South Africa, says Mikey. Daze, can you check if AJ wins? He'll be the only man apart from AJ. I can't, buds. I'm a bit snowed under at the moment as we're working our way towards this main event. Jake Paul's arm, yeah, it just got pulled out. It was shocking. How many fights till the main event? We just got one. We're just actually backstage at the moment, and we're seeing Amanda Serrano right now. She's backstage, and she's just going through the motions as we're making our way towards her fights. She is the co-main event. And that fight will be coming up very, very soon. If you are just joining us, big result with H2O Sylve getting knocked out cold. Knocked out cold. Daze, I'm not usually a fan of AEW, but MJF Ospreay was insane. Glad you enjoyed it. AJ is going to blow him away. Gotcha. Thank you, Daze, said Elite GP. No worries. Cody said Serrano is going to beat Morgan. 3-round with a knockout, and that Bahdi knockout was killer. It was so good, wasn't it? So good. So unexpected as well, because he was really up against it. Didn't expect him to pull that out the bag. We are backstage with Stevie Morgan. She's just going to be saying a few words before the start of this fight. She's been quite quiet, all things considered. She hasn't really had a great deal to say, actually, in the build for this. I think this is a big opportunity and a big payday for her. But, yeah, she's quite quiet, all things considered. I think they've just gone and found a girl that is just going to be a bit of a test, a bit of a, an opponent, someone that, is a body, really, that they can go in there and compete against. But I don't think she's going to be putting up the strongest of challenges. I've got Amanda Serrano getting the win. I just don't know if it's going to be a stoppage or not. Just having a few words with Amanda Serrano. She is getting ready for this fight. Serrano will beat Morgan in the ring. They said they will battle each other. Jake and Logan will battle each other, says Cody. Do you think this will be easy for Serrano? Yes. I think this will be very easy for Serrano. I will be the first to admit, though, I don't know much about her opponent. This Stevie Morgan, I have not seen her before. She is an unknown. Really, I just don't know anything about her. She's got a record of 14-1 with 13 knockouts, which sounds amazing, but she just hasn't faced anyone. So she's coming in with, some good power, but against the number 3 pound-for-pound women's fighter, I mean, this just is going to be easy work, man. This is going to be easy work. The thing is, with these next two fights, Jake as well, they've both got big fights lined up in the future. Jake has got a massive fight lined up against Mike Tyson, and he doesn't want to jeopardize that. So the reason why I've got Jake winning the fight here, or one of the reasons, is I think that his corner are very good and his camp are very good at identifying credible challengers that look good on paper, and you can make a bit of a kind of case for them winning. But actually, Jake is quite comfortable, will be quite comfortable against them. Like, his abilities are well beyond what Mike Perry can bring. Like, his boxing skill is better than Mike Perry's. What Mike Perry brings is a chin and some power. Like, he brings a puncher's chance. And, people have got that. I mean, a puncher's chance is a bare minimum, really, of what you would expect in a fight. And for me, I think that's what he brings. He brings a puncher's chance. I don't think he brings much more than that, Mike Perry. Mike Perry has done some good stuff in BKFC, but the standard in BKFC is a lot lower. Who he's fighting are like former MMA fighters. They're not professional boxers. So for me, using that as some sort of barometer, using that as some sort of, I don't know, indicator that he's going to get the better of Jake Paul, it doesn't hold much water for me. And actually, if you watch those BKF fights, you'll see that Mike Perry leaves loads of openings. He is someone that will get hit so that he can then hit. And against proper boxers, which are, I'm not saying Jake's a proper boxer, but I do think that Jake has put the work in. I'm not one of these people that's down on what Jake has actually done and the work that Jake has done. I think Jake has put the work in. I think he has got himself to a point where he can go into fights against, boxers and actually be competitive. The question is, where is he? I don't know, because he never fights anyone of note, does he? He's always fighting former MMA fighters or Tommy Fury, How would he do against the number 50 cruiserweight in the world or the number 70 cruiserweight in the world? I have no idea. I really don't know. But against Mike Perry, I feel really good that he'll have enough. So I've got Jake winning, and I think his corner know that, which is why they've taken this fight. All eyes are on that Mike Tyson fight. They do not want anything to derail that. They would not take this if they thought it was going to jeopardize the Mike Tyson fight. If they thought there was a real risk here, they wouldn't even sign the paper. The paperwork would not even be signed. So I think that this is Jake. I think it's a Jake finish. I feel very comfortable about it. I would love for Mike Perry to get it done. Not because I hate Jake, but because I like Mike Perry. He's a fighter. He's a dog. And he is definitely someone that deserves respect. I think he brings a chin. I think he brings power. I think he brings knockout ability. I think you just saw with Bahdi and H2O Sylve, if you connect and land on the chin, then, you know, you can put people away. And I think that Mike Perry has got the ability to do that. I think he's got the ability to do that. But I don't know that he's going to do that. So I've got Jake winning. In our main event, I've got Amanda winning in our co-main event. And we are getting ever closer towards the start of our next match. Right now, we've just got ring walks about to happen for this Amanda Serrano fight. So Stevie Morgan is going to be coming out first. Here she is. So ring walks for our co-main events, with our main event coming up next. I don't see Jake having the power to stop Perry. He didn't have the power to put Diaz down. I think the lack of footwork puts JP on the ropes for the bulk of the fight, and he's gonna get bricked, said Cortisol. I think that I could agree with the power. I mean, what I would say is I think that he tags away at Mike Perry. I think he wears Mike Perry down. I could see Mike Perry having blood on his face and marks on his face. And I think as the fight goes on, Mike Perry might start gassing. It's only 8 rounds. Maybe Perry can last that. Maybe Jake gets it by decision. I think if Jake is going to finish it, I don't know that he finds it early. But, I mean, I would just point to the Tyron Woodley knockout as an indicator that if he lands, and lands good, he can put people away. And he put Woodley away. I mean, that was a hell of a knockout that he landed. He's also coming off 2 first-round finishes against boxers, low-level boxers. But then I don't know where you would class Mike Perry. I mean, how do the 2 opponents that Jake has just fought, how would they compare to a Mike Perry in a boxing ring? So I think the power question is an interesting one. I don't think that Jake is going to get bullied and backed up against the ropes personally. I think he's going to use his movement, which is going to be far superior to Mike Perry's. I think his defense, his head movement is going to be more superior. I think his boxing skills are more superior. And I can see it being a case that, you know, Perry might land some shots, but I would imagine that Jake will get out of there, reset. I can see him jabbing and moving. If he wears Perry down and then he thinks he can up the intensity as we get into those middle to late rounds, then we might see him starting to do that. I'm still leaning Jake Paul finish. I don't think it comes in the first 2 rounds, though. But that is what Jake has predicted. Jake has said this is going to be easy work, as you would expect. This is going to be easy work, and I'm going to get the finish in the first 6 minutes. So he's in no illusion as to what he's going to be able to accomplish here. First 6 minutes, he reckons he gets the job done. Okay, I can tell you that Amanda Serrano has made her way down to the ring. She's wearing a robe like the Macho Man from WrestleMania 3, and I love it. It's that kind of same color as well. It's kind of like red wine color. And she's made her way down to the ring. She's looking great. This obviously is a warm-up fight for her, as she's got her eyes firmly set on Katie Taylor and that rematch. So I think she should be able to get the win here. She should be able to get the stoppage as well. I just don't know anything about this woman, this Stevie Morgan. She's not someone that I'm aware is bringing great ability. She's got a good record. I believe she's fighting out of Tampa, Florida as well. So the crowd are going to be with her. Here's Amanda Serrano. It's who wins, Jake or John Jones? What are they doing? What are they doing? As you know, I'm a huge KSI stan, but don't get me wrong, I don't mind Jake, says Edwards. I respect any man who gets in the ring. I feel like he has matured a bit and not how he used to be. Yeah, I don't really care about all of that stuff, to be honest. I mean, I'm not a Jake Paul fan. I never will be, because I just think him and his brother are douches. But I also don't use that as any kind of indicator as to if they're going to win or not. I just look at the skills of both fighters and just go off that, to be honest. Okay, both fighters stepping into the center, and a few words being exchanged. You can see that Morgan is that little bit taller. Crowd are really into this, you know. Lots of excitement for this. Tampa versus Puerto Rico is what we've got right now. Yeah, Ariel Hawani said, I'm really excited to see how Stevie's going to look early in this fight. I don't think anyone really knows what to expect here from Stevie. So we are underway with this one. She does look very tight, actually. Why is this not working? Jab coming in. Shot coming in. She's eating a couple of shots here by Serrano. Body shot coming in. It's one-way traffic at the moment. Yeah, Ariel said this is going to be a masterclass. And it does feel that way as Amanda just edging forward. Yeah, she hasn't seen any tape on her. Like, she's trying to stay quite tight. Jab coming in there by Amanda. Going to the body as well. She is standing right in front of her, and she just can't even get going, to be honest. She can't let her hands go. This is a complete flipping mismatch. Digging into the body, going upstairs there by Amanda Serrano. I think Morgan knew this was going to be a mismatch. Oh my God, Serrano is just pouring it on, man. This has got first round finish written on it at the moment. Morgan, though, taking a step back. Trying to just get away from Amanda. Amanda bringing the beautiful jab upstairs there by Amanda. She is rocked. And again, her face is all marked up here, Stevie Morgan. Amanda again jabbing upstairs. Oh, and a hook shot coming into the side of the head. Morgan is she just cannot get into this fight. She's trying to kind of get herself settled. But look at her face, man. Again, a big hook shot coming in. She stumbles a little bit. Amanda, again, it's just an absolute flipping massacre, this is. It's just non-stop by Serrano. She manages to survive the first round, which is a minor flipping miracle. That is a minor miracle that she's just got through that round. She just stood there with her guard and got smashed. And the output was coming, and she was just taking it, and she was really struggling to find a way into the fight. Jesus. That was an absolute battering. This chick's face is going to be a mess. Amanda is about to KO her, said Charles. She absolutely is. It's absolutely one-way traffic. It's absolutely one-way traffic. We've only had a round, but we've seen enough already to know that this has got finish written all over it. Here we go, round number 2. What can Morgan do? Can she make any kind of changes here? Here we go, round number 2. We are underway. I don't know what's happened to our 2-minute timer, but it doesn't really matter. I don't think this fight's going to go that long for it to be a problem. Serrano continuing to come forward, throwing in some big shots. Morgan's trying to get her hands going at least. Crowd are on their feet. Serrano throwing in some straight left shots. Morgan trying to jab to the body, but Serrano going upstairs. Hook shot coming in. Shot to the body there by Serrano. Look at it. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, the ref's called it. The ref's called it. The ref has seen enough. Amanda Serrano wins in round number 2. Easy work. Mismatch. Mismatch. Easy, easy work by Amanda Serrano. She just absolutely gave Morgan no chance. Poured it on. They're saying that she sent a message. I don't know that she sent anything. Other than she can beat a complete can. I'll tell you what, Katie Taylor ain't watching that fight and thinking anything about it. If Katie Taylor's watching that fight, she's probably thinking, why the hell did they pick that woman as their opponent? It was a massacre. It was a destruction. It was one-way traffic. So what Ariel has made a good point. I will give Ariel this. What he said is, yeah, even though that might not be the best of wins, last time we saw Amanda Serrano, she was in floods of tears because her fight had to get cancelled, right? I think it was on the day of the fight as well, during the event. Didn't like some hair dye or something go into her eye, which caused a reaction, and so she couldn't fight. It was something random. So the last time we saw her, she had to pull out of the fight. She was in tears. She was gutted. She definitely was hurting from that. And what Ariel just said is, all right, this was not the best opponent. This was easy work. But what that does is it puts a smile on Serrano's face and it gives her momentum again. And I think that's a really great point. It's a really great point. It puts a smile back on her face and it gives her momentum again. So she's just letting her hands go, swinging away. And Morgan, no arguments from her. It was a complete battering. I mean, this must have been like a 20-punch combo. It was just boom, boom. And it was unanswered as well. Amazing. They should throw Serrano in against Sky Nicholson before the Taylor fight. Sky Nicholson was saying, was it? I saw her on Hawani. She was saying that, like, Amanda Serrano won't even mention her name. Sky Nicholson, she's good fighter. I don't know that she's quite Serrano level, but plus also they're not going to want to. They want that fight. Katie wants the fight. Serrano wants the fight. They don't want anything to jeopardize that fight. So, I mean, that's why you end up with fights like this. Edward said, who do we think wins the rematch with the first one being so close? I feel like Katie might just get the win again. It could be Serrano. I think it's a really close fight. A really, really close fight. Oof. Shields against Jonice next Saturday. I'd love to watch that, but I think it's UFC 304. That's in England, though. No. It's weird, isn't it? I was going to say, maybe we could do UFC 304 and then watch that after, but I think they're... isn't it on at like 3 in the morning or something, so it works for America? So I think it's going to clash. There you go. Serrano gets... I'd watch that, though. Clarissa Shields. Moving up 2 weight classes. The GWOAT. I think Jake Paul beats Prime Floyd, said Connor. Does Jake still owe Tommy money? I don't know. I haven't heard anything about that. Do you know, I've also not heard anything about... Do you remember when Eddie Hearn was suing Jake Paul? Do you remember that? Eddie Hearn was suing Jake Paul because of comments that Jake had made. Haven't heard anything on that either. Cal said, I've got a feeling that we might see Alexa at SummerSlam, and on Raw, I think we might see her reprise the role she had with Bray. Wrestle with Andy said, do you think Jake would ever box Logan? We answered that. Considering what happened in March, how good does this feel? My 50th fight and my 31st knockout. So I'm very interested to know what she's going to say here. Does she call... Well, she can't really call out Katie Taylor. That fight is already sort of signed, sealed, delivered. Some people were calling for that aggression in your previous fights, and we got to see it today. I think these girls are mistaking my kindness for weakness. If you're not on my level, that is what's going to happen. Stevie Morgan is a great... She only just started a little while ago. She's an up-and-comer. Amanda Serrano, she's a class act, isn't she? She's like, look, she's a great fighter. She's going to be a strong contender. Look at you, knocking people out at 140. How good do you feel? She said that she did her camp a little different and she had a nutritionist. She said she was eating bad stuff last time she faced Katie, cakes and burgers, but now she's got a nutritionist. Hi, Katie. Send a message. I'm excited to be with you again, and this time it's going to be a lot different. A very positive, very excited Amanda Serrano getting the job done against a bit of a joke of a fighter, to be honest. Certainly at this level. I mean, if she's an up-and-comer, then clearly she needed more seasoning. She was not on Amanda's level. But as we've said, this was just a payday for Amanda. It was just a statement for Amanda. It was literally a way of just creating a bit more excitement for that Katie Taylor fight, which drops later in the year. Coach Co, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are well. So, yeah, we're just looking at the highlights of the fight. Might as well watch the whole fight, to be honest. So, right, we are probably just going to have a little wait. You know what they're like. They like to build up the anticipation a little bit. Actually, with everything that's happened, they said that the main event would be at 12. It's now coming up to 10 past 12 Eastern time. And so that means now that we are looking at not being too late to get to the main event. That is going to be next. They might give us, like, make us wait 20 odd minutes or so. Katie is definitely in bed sleeping, said Decay official. Well, that's true. I mean, in the UK right now, it is 8 minutes past 5 in the morning. Poop is my brother forever, says Ryan. Ryan, shout out to you. Let's go. Can't watch, said Joshu. I don't know if there's... I know Watch Wrestling sometimes has links, and sometimes there's links on Twitch and whatever, but I know they're pretty quick at pulling them down as well. I don't think you'll find any links on YouTube. YouTube, I think, have got a very good algorithm at, like, pulling down copyrighted stuff, so I'm not sure you'll find anything here. But sometimes Twitch, but I think Twitch has got better at kind of taking those illegal streams down as well, to be honest. So I don't know. Watch Wrestling sometimes has links, but yeah, this was a proper pay-per-view tonight, wasn't it? £20 in the UK. I think it was more than that in America. In the UK, we're quite fortunate that these shows are on bang in the middle of the night. And what that means is that if you're going to watch it, you really need to go out of your way to watch it. You're not going to be up at 3, 4 in the morning going, oh, what shall I watch? Like, you're going to have to be like, yeah, I'm watching that. And so I don't think they get as many buys from the UK. And if you was to charge 60 odd pound or whatever, you're getting even less buys. So we're very fortunate in the UK that our pay-per-views are still at what I would class as a reasonable price. This one was $19.99, which in dollars is going to be about $25, I'd imagine. About that kind of ballpark. I think someone mentioned earlier it was like $60 or something like that. So just for the future, I don't know if you can VPN over and come over, like, and the computer think it's the UK, and then maybe you can buy it on DAZN for a cheaper price. Just you know, a little tip. Do you think Taylor wins the rematch? I don't know, to be honest, because I thought that first fight was very, very close. I remember scoring it a draw or Taylor by a round. But it was one of those where, had it have been a draw, I wouldn't have argued. I didn't have Serrano winning, but that's how close the first fight was. So, if Serrano is telling the truth and she is now got a nutritionist and she's going to be better prepared, and if she's learned a lot of lessons from that first fight, that could be enough to have Serrano go over, to be honest. Don't forget, Katie has lost since that fight. She then did avenge that loss against Chantel Cameron. Fantastic fighter. Fantastic fights they were as well. So Katie has been in some wars. Does that help Katie Taylor? Or does that hurt Katie Taylor? I don't know. Is the fact that she's been in some really tough fights since the Amanda fight, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I think it is so close. I honestly would not be shocked if it was a pick'em for that. I wouldn't be shocked if it was like -110, -110. If I was a betting man and I had $10, I might put it on Serrano. Well, I don't know where they fight. It doesn't really matter. Are they fighting in Dublin? I don't know where the fight is. Even if it's in Ireland, it doesn't really matter because Chantel Cameron beat Katie Taylor in Ireland. So I don't think that really bears any difference, really. I think I'd be looking at Serrano. Yeah, certainly if Serrano goes in as the underdog, then I'd totally be on Serrano. If it's -110, -110, and it's just which way do you go? I mean, that is harder. But if it's underdog money on Serrano, I go Serrano. I'm here in Hollywood Hills. There are so many watch parties tonight, said Long Beach Hippie. If I go out on the patio, you can hear when someone wins. It sounds crazy out here. Really? Has this really got people's attention? That's good. That's good. It's good that this has been able to grab people. I mean, the build for this has been very short. I think they said it's only been like a 4-week build. So this is not a fight that's had lots of attention. This is not a fight that has had like a big focus on it, you know? So yeah, good. Zero for the fight. I paid 0. I would never pay for a Jake Paul fight. He's no Canelo or Crawford, said GBVBY. Amanda won that fight against Taylor. Amanda was robbed, said Spanter Crow. Who said it was on Tubi, said Corey. I don't know. It's not on Tubi. Well, not in the UK. It's on DAZN in the UK. Let's see Logan against Mike Tyson, says Cody. How long until the fight, said BG Chillin? I don't know. I mean, it's next. It is next. We've waited. We've been live for just over 4 hours. We've enjoyed the undercard, which I thought was good, actually. I mean, that H2O Sylve knockout is crazy. Getting to see Serrano is fun. I thought the Chavez Jr. Hall fight was interesting. Aguilar Marksman. was okay. That was okay. I thought the undercard delivered. But everyone's here for one reason, and it is our main event. We're just having a look at the video package at the moment. We should be going over to the ring walks within the next 10 minutes. Charles said, "This is why I love fighting. That knockout was beyond wild. For Tony and Amanda, quick work of Stevie." Who would be your bet on that, Mike Perry or Jake Paul? Jake Paul. I love LA. My girlfriend lives there, says AB Jobson. Right, well, actually, we might as well have a look whilst we're just waiting for this at the moment. We're still working our way towards this, the ring walks for our main event. So we've had just over, or just coming up to, 6,500 votes. If you are watching and you've not left a like, I can't see the likes, by the way, so I have no idea what we're on, but we always try to get to 1,000. I don't know what that number is right now. I genuinely do not have visibility on that. But wherever it is, if we can try and get it to 1,000, it might be on like 110 or something, but whatever. We've got 1,400 people joining us. So, yeah, if you haven't left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated, as we have got Jake and Ariel Hawani. Jake's goods. Game face. Jake's ready. Logan's here. He's ready. Jake said he likes crazy ideas. Just one word answers from the polls. So I think they're just having a bit of fun. I don't think they're off with Ariel. I think they're just having a bit of fun. Jake Paul said, "I'm too powerful right now. I'm too good of a boxer." Oh, Jake's saying one. Jake's saying one. Jake's saying first round now. First knockout in 3 years. She's great, says Jake. Okay, there we go. Ariel Hawani with a little backstage interview with Jake Paul. Wasn't saying much. Neither was Logan. Is focused, and I think just getting ready for this fight. There was a nice moment there where Ariel said, "Why would you take this fight when you've got such a massive fight against Mike Tyson coming up?" And Logan was like, "Ask him," kind of a thing, you know. Mike Perry is best when he's at close range, says Tyron Woodley. Chiefs fan said, "I've put my house on Perry." Vicky May said, "Perry has taken Paul's best shots. Paul will be tested if he can take Perry's, and I doubt it very many times." Elite GB said, "There is 1.4. Smash that thumbs up." Soft Stadium has Kenny Chesney tonight. Dodgers finished at the Dodgers Stadium. Always fun here in LA. We're just seeing Jake. Looks like he's got a fun mask. Looks like a gladiator type mask. Like a, 300. It's black and it's got like spikes on the top. But this front bit. There's Mike Perry. Mike Perry is looking very focused at the moment. What time does it start? Not far. Not long. It's going to be starting within the next 10. He's peed off. He's ready to go. I'm going to F him up. I'm going to beat your ass, Jay. He's ready to go, man. He's ready to go. Jake Paul will overpower Perry, said Andrew. Jake Paul for the win, says Tabo. Yeah, I mean, look, the one thing that you're going to get from Mike Perry is you're going to get aggression. You're going to get front foot fighting. You're going to get a dog. You're going to get some power. You're going to get a chin. Like, you're going to get someone that's bringing a fight. This is someone who's here for a payday. Let's make no mistake about it. But is definitely bringing something to the table as well. So right now we've got both these fighters talking trash to the cameras in their locker rooms. Don't see that normally, where you've got both the cameras in both the locker rooms simultaneously. Jake's shaking his head at the shadow boxing that he just witnessed. Let's go, Perry, said Michael Bryan. Christopher said, Daze, both the Paul brothers are high. They are very high. Did you see that live interview? I did see the interview. I would be surprised if they were high. Cody said Serrano had a punching bag in the ring, just like Perry is going to have. Brovs said, who will win, KSI or Slim and AT? That fight is a flipping joke. That I mean, I don't know if we'll get a chance to watch it. I don't think we will. But honestly, that fight, I've said before, I understand tag boxing, and I took a bit of heat for that. Because if you're a boxing purist, you're not meant to like tag boxing. I am a fan of pro wrestling, of course, and I think, like, I can sort of see a division could be made there where you've got two boxers that, like, specialize in that, maybe they're not the best boxers and they're not going to get anywhere on their own, but tagging in and out, doing the work, working well together, sticking to a game plan. Like, I reckon there's a bit of strategy to that. I reckon that there's something there. I feel like there's something there. I do worry about the moment that they make the tag, because I don't want to see someone making a tag and then getting knocked out and getting cheap shotted. That process of being able to tag out and tag in, that's something that I think might need a little bit of looking into. But actually, the idea of tag boxing, if you've got both sides the same, I don't actually have an issue with it. But this handicap match, this KSI taking on two fighters, you ain't going to make a division out of that, are you? There's no argument for that being, for there being a place in boxing for that. All that is I feel like what KSI is saying is, I am better than both of these and I will beat both of these. So the question that I would have is, why are you facing them? Why are you facing them? If you are better than them and you think you can take them both on in the same fight, why are you not taking on a tougher fight? Why are you not challenging yourself against someone that you don't think that you could beat? I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense. Handicap fights don't make any sense. They're just showing off, aren't they, really? I mean, it's something to look cool to his fans. But if I was Anthony Taylor and I don't know the other one, I don't know who the other person is, whoever they are. If I was either of those fighters, Slim is it? If I was either of those fighters, I'd be feeling very disrespected. Very disrespected. I'd be flipping livid. I'm surprised that they agreed to it, because it is a bit of an embarrassment, really, that they're being put in that position. It doesn't make them look good, does it? And certainly not if they go on to lose, So I don't see what the positives are for that fight. I really don't. Jake's got a 5-inch reach. They just showed on the tail of the tape, as we should be getting underway with this. Tramp Daddy said, you need to call out Jake. Even if he wins, you set... Old son, thanks for the stream. Tramp Daddy, shout out to you. I will be the first to admit that I think anyone that's ever stepped in a boxing ring in the history of boxing, anyone, you can name any name, would batter me, right? I have no qualms with that. I know where my rightful place is, and it is definitely this side of the ropes. Okay, we've got a couple of rappers coming out. I don't recognize them, mainly because their faces are covered. Coach Co, shout out to you. And Art King 187, shout out to you as well, my friends. Appreciate the support. I hope you are well. As I think this might be Mike Perry's ring walk. So we've got a couple of guys making their way down. I don't know who they are. I don't know the track. Now we've got the proper entrance music kicking in. And I think, as we said, this will be Mike Perry. I'd expect him to come out first. Here he is. Mike Perry making his way down. We're here for the ring walks, said Christopher. Mike Perry means business. I'm going to put it on him. This might not take long. This might not take long. Tail of the tape. Jake Paul is a couple of inches taller. He's 5 years younger. He's got a 5-inch reach advantage. Over on the fan zone, who is going to win? Jake Paul, 57%. Mike Perry, 43%. So Jake Paul just edging it over on the fan zone. Over on our poll, we're coming up to 7,000 votes. It is 51-49 in favour of Jake Paul. 51-49. But the most selected option is Mike Perry by finish. People are really believing in Mike Perry. Undefeated in bare knuckle is making his way down to the ring. Here comes Perry, said Dro. Jake's got them hands, said Frankie. Boxing like this needs a money in the bank situation, says Navaldo. Jake is too smart and he's going to get the dub, said Big Swings Poker. It's unfortunate that Jake picked the wrong one, said Mark. It was a beautiful card, said Soul. Edward said, could you see the likes of wrestlers getting into boxing? I don't think so. It's not something that we've seen. Bobby Fish did. He actually fought a fight on an undercard. Which I can't remember if he won or lost, to be honest now. We actually did the watch-along for it. He was like the first fight, though, on the cards. Baron Corbin's former Golden Gloves, I think, so he's got boxing. But I don't know. I can't see him returning to it. Okay, Mike Perry in the ring. He's got purple shorts, purple gloves. He's got his arm in the air. He's walking around. He's gesturing to the crowd, and the crowd are responding to him. Mike Perry all fired up. He's bringing the fire. There is a chance that he may be a bit over-aggressive. There is a chance that he's going to put himself into some really bad positions. Here's Jake Paul. He's got this gladiator Spartan type attire. He's got a metal chest plate. He's got some shoulder pads. Silver. He's got the logo of his energy drink on. He's got this helmet, which I would imagine is probably very light. You definitely don't want to be wearing anything too heavy as you're making your ring walk. He takes a deep breath here, Jake Paul. Logan Paul right by his side. Perry has got good energy. He looks locked and let's go, said Christopher. Bellin said, come on, Perry. Paul has this fight fixed, said Deadhead. I think Jake's going to win by decision, said Alex Loves Jesus. Denzel 2 Hype said Jake Paul's going to win. McAvoy Production said, good morning, everyone. Morning. Robbie said, I'm excited for this. Thanks, Daze. Robbie, thank you. Appreciate you joining us. Appreciate everyone joining us as we're getting ready for this fight. We've just got a video playing in the arena right now. It's a Jake Paul video. It's a montage. Jake Paul, will knock out Mike Perry. Are you not entertained? So we've got a Jake Paul promotional video. And it's just kind of looking at the build towards this fight. We're just looking at some of his previous victories. Mike wins a real fight. Jake wins fake ones, says Adam. Perry will prevail, said Daryl. How many minutes, said Mason. Well, right now, we've got Jake, and he's on the back of a chariot. He's on the back of a chariot. We've got these people in, like, gladiator attire, dragging a chariot that Jake is riding in on. Jake is putting on a show for his ring walk. There's no walking involved. So this is going to play very well on social media. Very well. Jake Paul in full gladiator Spartan attire being pulled on the back of a chariot by a load of other people dressed as gladiators and Spartans. You got to appreciate that Jake kind of goes this extra mile to put on a show like this, you know? He's making his way down to the ring. Do you think if Jake beats Mike Tyson, he will step up and fight for Dal Riley? No, because aren't they doing the KSI fight? Isn't that early next year? I thought they were looking at, like, Wembley in March. He'll probably lose and then blame the costume weight, said Fisherman Fred, like Deontay. If Jake wins, he'll fight 57-year-old Tyson and then start searching retirement homes, said SoCal OGP. So here he is in the ring, Jake Paul. We are getting super close to the start of this one. Helmet has been removed. Jake Paul sticks his tongue out, looks over at Mike Perry. Mike Perry, very focused. Let's go, man. Jake Paul, 3 wins since that Tommy Fury loss. He did drop Tommy Fury. Slicker boxer, knockout power. He's got plenty of boxing fundamentals. He's got a good camp. He likes to go to the body as well. He's going to, I think, have the speed advantage. We know he's got that overhand right. He seems to be in a good condition. He seems to be able to go the distance as well. I was very impressed with his conditioning when he was in there with Anderson Silva. Can be a little flat-footed at times. His jab could maybe be a bit more effective, but I do think he's also a fighter and a boxer that continues to improve. I mean, he's only 27. He's come on a hell of a journey over the last, 3-4 years. Mike Perry, though, has got a good chin. He's tough. He does leave openings. There will be opportunity for Jake Paul here. He absorbs pressure and absorbs punishment so that he can land and move forward. And he did spar Jake Paul before. Jake has always claimed he got the better of Mike Perry in sparring. He's claimed that he's got the footage of him getting the better of Mike Perry in sparring. That footage, to my knowledge, though, has not been revealed. We've never actually seen that footage. But Jake Paul, Mike Perry, coming up very soon. We're just getting the intros. Both fighters inside the ring right now. Mike Perry getting his intro. Mike Perry is definitely bringing ability. He fights out of Orlando, Florida. As we said, he's got a chin. He's tough. He's still young. He's 32. He's not in his 40s or his 50s like Mike Tyson. You know, this is someone that is 5 years older than Jake, has been fighting for a lot longer than Jake, has got 5-0 record in bare knuckle boxing, And loud boos for Jake Paul. Loud boos for Jake Paul. 9-1 with 6 knockouts. Knocked out Ben Askren. Knocked out Tyron Woodley. Knocked out those 2 boomers that I can't remember their names. Knocked out Nate Robinson. Both fighters stepping into the center, coming into the center. Let's end our poll. We have got 7,200 votes. Perry to win by finish is the top option that people went for. 40%. Or Jake to win by finish. Jake said round 1. He said 2 rounds the other day, but he said first round now. So Jake is expecting an early finish. If Mike Perry can get through these first few rounds, will that psychologically give him a bit of an edge? As Paul really expects to put Perry away. Both fighters into the middle of the ring right now. Perry in purple. Jake has got silver. Jab to the body. He's staying on the outside, Jake Paul. My God, lovely. Upstairs and to the body. Easy for Jake to land those shots. He goes upstairs and to the body. Tries to throw a hook shot. Jabs away there. Jake again coming back. Looks for a hook shot as Mike Perry comes forward. Perry's already got his arms down low. Jake. Oh, down goes Perry. Right hand to the side of the head. Perry goes down. Referee is counting, but Perry's already back up. But less than a minute in, and Perry has already gone down. Again, another shot. That hook shot is going to be a problem for Mike Perry. Jab straight down the middle. Jake Paul right now is making this look like easy work. As referee comes in, separates both fighters. Because of that knockdown, this is going to be a 10-8 round at the moment for Jake. Jake did say that he would get the finish. I mean, what I would say is he's just managed to hit Perry hard. Perry's gone down. And he's come straight back up and he's right in there again. Jab coming in there by Jake. And again, trying to get away. He doesn't want to get in close. He knows that's where Mike Perry is going to do most of his damage. So he's using that range. He's using that reach. He's using that lead hand to jab and throw hooks in with. He's backing up a little bit as Perry continues to move forward. Perry has got Jake in the corner. Crowd getting excited there as Paul drives Perry back. Yeah, Perry with some good tidy work there, but that knockdown for... another big right hand there by Jake, but Mike Perry eats it. And again, another shot coming in. Oh, he's got Perry rocked again. Perry is just edging forwards. He's kind of dragging his leg a bit behind him as Jake is landing some big shots. Jake is trying to not get in close. Crowd are chanting for Perry because he's at some big shots in this first round and he just continues moving forwards. He's got Jake backed up against the ropes. You can see blood all on the face. Nice body shot there by Jake. And an uppercut. Oh, fast hands there by Jake. And a jab there by Jake. It's a Jake Paul round. It's a Jake Paul round. But what you've got to say is that Mike Perry has hit some big, big shots. And he is still standing. Jake Paul said he would have him done in the first. He didn't. The other day, he said he would have it done in 2. And, listen. Yeah, those are not soft shots that Mike Perry is absorbing. You can see the punishment on his face. Those are not, Jake has not got pillows for hands because you can see the damage on Mike Perry's face. It's a 10-8 round for Jake Paul, but you've got to give credit to Mike Perry. He does go down, and he's right back up again. He's right back up. Here we go. Round number 2. And jabs coming in there by... what can Perry do? He is very flat-footed. He shuffles forward, Mike Perry. Couple of shots coming in straight down the middle there by Paul. I don't think Paul will be too upset that he didn't find that first round finish. Again, he's doubling up on his jab there, Jake, as Mike Perry. Oh, another right hand. Perry goes down. Perry goes down. This time he gets up a little bit slower. A little bit more laboured. Ariel said it might be over. Oh, but Paul's coming forward. Jake Perry's in trouble. Mike Perry's in trouble. Jake knows he can sense a finish. Jab coming in. Mike Perry is on wobbly legs at the moment. Again, edging forward. Jab coming in there by Jake. He's ducking underneath. Mike Perry, though, is right. The problem is that Jake's got is that whilst Mike Perry is in the ring, he is a problem. He's wobbly. He is not in a great place. He's got no defense. His arms are down here. His head is completely exposed. He has got no defense whatsoever here, Mike Perry. Ah, and again, another big shot, but Perry is eating these shots. Couple of jabs coming in. He is busted. And he's trying to get at Jake. At some point, though, the problem is, if he keeps getting put down and he keeps eating these big shots, the ref will just step in and be like, no, I've seen enough, man. I've seen enough. We're not at that point yet. But first round was 10-8 to Jake. This round is 10-8 to Jake at the moment as well. Oh, another lovely shot there by Jake. Shot coming back there by Perry, though, with the left hand. Jake had to eat that. And he bundles Jake Paul down. Referee comes in. He's having a word with Mike Perry. Yeah, he's having a word with Mike Perry. Is like that. You can't be doing that. That's way too scrappy. So he bundled Jake Paul over. Has that just... Oh, lovely shot there by Perry, though. Lovely hook shot. You know, you can get through to Jake. You can get through to him. I think after this, what you're going to hear from Jake is, you know, respect to Mike Perry. He's got a hell of a chin on him. He's a hell of a dog. He just keeps moving forwards. Mike Perry has got no defense. I can't stress it enough. His hands are here. His hands are here. His head is just completely exposed. And he's the one that's moving forwards, trying to land on Jake. But it is absolutely, on the scorecards at least, one-way traffic in regards to Jake Paul. Mike Perry is getting smashed, is getting knocked down, he's got blood on his face. He keeps getting up, he keeps moving forwards, and he even lands a few nice shots. This is absolutely incredible action, and is doing wonders for both guys, actually. I mean, it's doing wonders for Jake, because I don't think you can watch this and say that he's not a boxer. I don't think you can watch this and say that he hasn't got skills, right? So it's doing great work for Jake. It's doing great work for Mike Perry, because he's eating these shots, getting back up, and getting back on the front foot. You're going to have to put him down and keep him down to get Mike Perry out of this fight. Here we go, round number 3, and Jake is backing up. He didn't think he would get to a third round. I heard him say he would end Perry in 2. I mean, if I'm like... Yeah, I mean, he's throwing out this jab. He's trying to keep Perry back, but he's really struggling to keep Perry back. This is, do you know what, as well? This has got to be really disheartening for Jake, because he has landed some big shots on Mike Perry. And Mike Perry is back, and his movement is back as well. Like, at times he looked laboured. He's not looking as laboured anymore. He's not looking as laboured. It is wild to see Mike Perry kind of back to full strength in round 3 after getting hit a few times. This has now turned into a bit of a workout here for Jake. Jabbing away. He's got to keep this tidy, Jake. We're in round number 3. And we've got about 1:55 on the clock. And we've got Mike Perry coming in, looking for a jab. Not being able to land it at the moment. Jake backing up a little bit. Bouncing around. Again, trying to throw in a jab. Trying to use that lead hand. He's very good at jabbing with the lead hand. And then using it to throw in like a whipping hook. But Mike Perry continuing to move forward. Jab coming in again there by Jake. Good head movement by Jake. Gets underneath the shot there by Mike Perry. Mike is definitely the aggressor on the front foot. But it's Jake that's landing with more shots. Couple of jabs going in upstairs. Jake misses with the uppercut. And shot coming back there by Jake. Mike Perry again having a look, bringing that fight. He's got Jake backed up. Again, Jake backing up over the other side as Mike Perry continues to come forwards. Oh, big shot there by Mike Perry. Yeah, there might be a cut there now. Oh, yeah, there is. Jake Paul is cut. Jake Paul is cut. Hook shot coming in there by Mike Perry. This is now turning into a fight that Jake does not want this to be. Jake does look a bit tired. Jake does look a bit tired. I feel like he's gone big in the early rounds. He's not got the finish he was looking for. Lovely uppercut there by Jake, though. He is looking a bit laboured and tired. Doubling up on the jab there by Jake. Mike Perry again moving forward. Jake on the back foot. Mike Perry coming forward. Jake continuing to back up. Mike Perry swinging away into a clinch. Breaks apart. Jabs again there by Jake. Uppercut just misses by Mike Perry. Good round by Mike Perry. I don't know that he takes the rounds. Close rounds. I think that Jake was honestly landing more. I think he was honestly landing more. What does look good is Mike Perry being on the front foot. Mike Perry moving forwards. Mike Perry like asking the questions. But I do think that Jake was landing more shots. So debatable on that one. And there might be some people that gave that round to Mike Perry. I've got Jake winning the first 10-8, the second 10-8, and I've got him just edging that third round. Don't forget, this is only 8 rounds. And we're about to get into round number 4. And this fight really living up to its billing. People wanted entertainment. You're definitely getting it. Nice shot there by Jake. Mike Perry is moving forward again. Lovely right hand there by Jake. And Mike Perry stumbles back a little bit. Hook shot coming in again. You can see the damage on the face of Mike Perry. Yeah, Jake's got into a much better rhythm in this round. And he's got Mike Perry back against the ropes and he's starting to swing some big hook shots now. It's actually Jake that started to take a bit more of the front foot at the start of this. Mike Perry, though, nothing but respect. He's a fighter. He's a dog. He's bringing the fight to Jake Paul right now. And referee stepping in, separating both fighters. Man, if this can go the distance, if Perry can take this the distance, you know, his stock will be through the roof. Because, you know, he's done a great job here. Power punches in that third round. Jake Paul landed 19. Mike Perry landed 17. So, he stumbles back. He's against the ropes. Jake Paul senses a finish, but Mike Perry trying to move his head. Lovely moment there for Jake Paul. Oh, and he goes with a big right hand. Left jab as well. Mike Perry in trouble. Another jab coming in. Mike Perry backing up a little bit.
Can Perry doesn't take any backward steps, really. He has to try and compose himself while still standing in front of his opponent. But his powers of recovery are so impressive. They're so impressive. Jake Paul backing up Mike Perry, trying to find a way forwards. He's trying to find, he's having a look, but he's being a little bit hesitant because he keeps getting jabbed. He keeps getting punched in the face. And hard as well. Definitely a Jake Paul round. But again, Mike Perry. Oh, big shot there. That seemed to hurt Perry. His hands are even lower. This is where the ref might really start to have a look if he's not going to be defending himself. Oh, an uppercut. Oh, and he's driven him back to the corner. Ref's having a look. Ref's having a look, but he's allowing it to continue. Can Perry survive the rounds? It's all Jake Paul. Jake is really looking for that finish. Another jab by Jake. Jake again. The ref was really in then. He was really having a look then. He was really interested then. But it looks like Mike Perry is going to survive it. Another jab coming in. Another jab. The jab working so much better for Jake. Perry almost went right on the bell. I mean, listen, whatever they have got to do to get Mike Perry just repaired. At this point, I mean, I don't even know if it's about winning the fight. It's just about, can you get him into any kind of fighting shape for round number 5? Serrano is at ringside. She's got a massive smile on her face. Massive smile on her face. She's enjoying what she's seeing so far. I mean, I don't know psychologically how Jake's going to feel about this because he was predicting an early finish. It has not come. I mean, we are going to round number 5. There is going to be a lot of respect for Mike Perry after this. He is a dog. He is a fighter. We're just looking at the replays of that last round, and we should be getting underway with our next rounds. Hello, the doctor wants to have a look here at Mike Perry. Doctor's just having a look. The crowd are booing. I think they're going to allow this to continue, but that's how bad the damage is on Mike Perry's face, is that we're getting doctors now having a look. Yeah, jab. So Mike Perry, I feel like Mike Perry needs a good 30 seconds, minute where he doesn't eat anything big because, you know, his powers of recovery are so good. The longer that he is not getting punched hard, the more chance he's got of getting back into this fight. Jab coming into the body there. If you are just joining us, round number 5, power punches thrown in round 4, 15 by Jake Paul, 2 by Mike Perry. A couple of jabs coming in there by Jake. Hook shot there as Jake was on the back foot and Mike Perry standing his ground. Jake he's got a real problem in the sense of he's got someone in front of him who's been out on his feet several times, but he's still so dangerous, Mike Perry. He's still so dangerous. Jake could snatch defeat from the jaws of victory at any moment here. Whilst Mike Perry is in that ring, he carries a threat. So he's just jabbing. He's keeping it tidy. He's just working and throwing in a hook shot. He's got his mouth open, Jake. Again, another couple of shots coming in there by Jake. Mike Perry just trying to find anything that... throws a hook shot there, Mike Perry. He would love to land something that rocks Jake. He would love to land something that just wobbles him. But he's still in there. He's still in there. Shot coming in again there by Jake as Perry continues to move forward. Couple of jabs coming in there by Jake. Perry again in the center of the ring. And another jab there by Jake. Jake is on the outsides trying to jab and into a clinch. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Jake hasn't really gone for anything massive in this round. Oh, lovely. Big right hand there by Jake. I do wonder if Jake is just a little bit concerned that he's thrown some massive shots and Mike Perry is still there. I wonder if he's just a little bit concerned of taking risks at this point. Because, you know, we're starting to get to the later stages of this fight. Mike Perry is still in there. Referee having a word with Mike Perry about shots to the back of the heads. Jake's having a little look and he's covering up. He's backing up. Again, jab coming in by Jake. Big overhand right. He ducks down as he throws it. Didn't get much behind it. We are going into our next round. This is not what Jake Paul expected. Jake Paul did not expect this fight going into round 6. I don't know where that's coming from, but there is something showing on the DAZN chat that says Jake round 1, Jake round 2, Mike Perry round 3, which was a close round, Jake round 4. I've, at the moment, got Jake every single round. I wouldn't mind Mike Perry being given that third. We're seeing the Hulkster. Let's go. They're having words with Jake. Can't pick up what they're saying, but we're about to go to round number 6. At this point now, you've got, what, 6, 7, 8? I mean, I feel that we're at the point where Perry has got to get a finish. If it goes to the judges, it's going to be Jake Paul. So it's finish or nothing here for Perry. Body shots there by Jake. And again, Jake trying to get out the way. Jab coming in there by Jake as well. 2 minutes 33. On the, yeah, he's got no D. Look at his arms. A crowd are chanting for Mike Perry. It's unbelievable that he's still in there. Right, jabs through round 5. 51 have landed by Jake Paul. 11 have landed by Mike Perry. Oh, lovely hook shot there by Jake. That seemed to get through. Mike Perry against the ropes. Mike Perry in trouble. Oh, Mike Perry down. Mike Perry down for a third time. Referee counting. 6, 7, 8. Mike Perry back up. Oh, he's wobbly and it's cold. Oh, Jake wins. Jake wins. Jake wins by stoppage in round 6. Mike Perry answered that knockdown by getting back up to his feet. Referee was just checking on him, and then as the ref let him go, he stumbled to the sides, and the ref called it. The ref called it. I think that Jake has shown there that he is a skillful fighter that does carry some power. He's just beaten Mike Perry. I do think that Mike Perry brought a lot of heart, a lot of durability, a really great chin. Took those shots from Jake Paul and just ate them and, all right, got rocked and was losing rounds. But continued to move forward, continued to try and be the aggressor. I don't think he has disrespected himself. There's no, there's knockdowns in there. But I think the fact that he was able to get back up to his feet and the fact that he was able to answer those knockdowns, I think that is a big, big moment for Mike Perry. I think that there's no shame in that loss. And, considering this was a warm-up fight for Mike Tyson, that turned into something a lot more difficult than I think Jake Paul's corner thought it was going to be. He's probably made about 10 million off that fight, said Savage Pickle. Elite GP said Jake is the real deal, 10-4. Trill said Jake Paul can't fight. Dan said 6 rounds to knock out a guy that's 30 pounds smaller and doesn't have a defense. That's not skillful. That's prudent planning. Kev said, from what I saw, Jake is nowhere near ready for Tyson. K-Dub said Perry is more suited for brawling. Unknown Original said Jake hasn't proven anything. He should fight Canelo. Jake Paul is trash, said Savage Pickle. Decay said that Paul's mom could get it high key. Jake Paul acknowledge him, said Aubrey. Frankie, shout out to you. Oh, you've got to say, I mean, respect to Mike Perry. I mean, that's what you've got to say. Perry has got one hell of a chin, says Val. Justin said Paul exposed. MMA Lover said all of you can bow down to Jake Paul. Maka said if Jake comes up against a ranked fighter, he loses, he tires. Agree or disagree? He did seem to tire in this fight, yeah. I think that I would love to know where Jake Paul is. I would love to get a gauge. I mean, he went toe to toe with Tommy Fury, but we know that Tommy Fury isn't the best of fighters. So where is Jake? Where is Jake? Where would he be in the rankings? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't think top 10 or anything stupid like that, but would he be 40? Would he be 50? Would he be 60? Would he be 100? I don't know. I think that's I think this was a warm-up fight. I think that to me it's not so much about what we've learned about Jake. It's more what we've learned about Mike Perry. And what we've learned about Mike Perry is that the chin is real. The durability is real. So Jake Paul gets his hand raised. It's going to be interesting to hear this interview. Jake, for me, is the best of the influencer boxers. Nowhere near an actual boxer. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I'm glad I didn't pay for this, said Proximity Portal. Tommy is mediocre at best, said Taylor. Jake fights guys that are 20 years older than him and lighter than him, and most of them are known for wrestling. It's a scam that people keep buying. I don't disagree with that. I think that he frustrates me because I agree. He says he wants to be a world champion, and then he goes and does the complete opposite. He wants to be a world champion, but then he faces Mike Perry. He says he wants to be a world champion, but then he faces a nearly 60-year-old Mike Tyson. He says he wants to be a world champion, but he's willing to do an MMA fight. He says he wants to be a world champion, but he's going to do a KSI fight. None of these things get you closer to being a world champion. They're all experiences. He's tough as nails. He says, Tampa, I love you. I just hit too hard. He is the BKFC champion, but I just hit too hard. Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson, you're next. I'm the king of this. He wants Alex Pereira. What the hell? He wants the UFC light heavyweight champion, Alex Pereira, to step over and do a thing now. Nothing about this is getting him closer to fighting proper boxers in the cruiserweight division and getting to proper cruiserweight world titles. It's anyone, anytime, any place. I didn't feel very good tonight. I was sick leading up to this. Oh, diddums. Pereira, calling out Pereira. I'm a warrior. I put it all on the line. He said something about his knuckle. Oh, he speaks about Sylve. I love combat. I love going to war. He said he's open to a bare knuckle fight. I'm way sharper. I'm way cleaner than the Jake Paul that beat Woodley 2.5 years ago. I'm just going to keep on improving, keep getting better. That Alex Pereira call-out's a joke, though. Mike, I love you, but this is my sport now. Imagine telling Mike Tyson that this is no longer his sport and that this is Jake Paul's sport. I was trying to roll with the punches, but you was too fast for me. I want to thank everyone for coming out. I tried, but the kid hit me hard, says Mike Perry. You did a good job. He was too fast and he made adjustments. Mike Perry's like bare knuckle rematch. He's quite up for it, to be honest. He said he's up for wrestling as well. He's 27. He'll face ranked fighters eventually. You're just scared of his possible potential of being a world champion, says Sus48K Asaya. Yeah, I sort of feel, though, that, like, 27 in boxing is... I mean, you've got to be making moves now, you know? I mean, like, by the time you get into 33, 34, you know, like, within the next 5 years, he's got to be making moves. And he's got a fight... He's fighting Mike Tyson at the end of the year. He wants to face Alex Pereira. He's talking of facing KSI. He's talking of doing bare knuckle fighting. He's talking of doing an MMA fight. This kid's going to turn around and he'll be in his late 29, 30. And he won't have fought any fighters that are ranked, or he won't be anywhere near a world title. If he's going to move, he's got to move. I mean, you can only do like so many fights a year. Certainly when you're fighting at that higher level, when you're kind of coming through, you can have multiple fights a year. But when you get to that higher level, Like, you've got to really train and prepare, and you're only going to do a few fights a year. He's 27 now. He's running out of time. To be a world champion, if that really is his dream, he's running out of time. So I don't look at it that 27 is super young, he's got all the time in the world. I look at it as like, I don't even know how many fights against proper fighters he would have to, you know, he would have to take someone on in the top 10 and win to kind of, you know, cut the queue. I don't know that he's anywhere near the top 10 right now. I don't know that he's anywhere near the top 10. I don't know that another fight against Mike Perry gets him anywhere near the top 10. I don't know that a fight against Mike Tyson gets him anywhere near the top 10. I do feel like he says one thing and then goes and does another. But this is something that he's making a lot of money with. That's his problem. That's his problem. People keep coming up to him and offering him loads of money. People keep coming up to him and offering him tons of money to take these massive fights. And he finds it hard to turn them down. You know, do you want to fight Mike Tyson for a ton of money on Netflix? Or do you want to, you know, work your way towards a world title? I really don't feel like you can do both. So, I don't know. That's my 2 cents. I find it frustrating that he says one thing and then does another. But he got the win tonight. I thought he would. I think he beats Mike Tyson. I think he beats Alex Pereira. I don't know what any of this achieves. I want to see him getting in there with people that are going to test him, because when he did, he came up short against Tommy Fury. When he did step in there with Tommy Fury, he fell short. People say that he got the win, but he didn't get the win enough to impress all 3 judges. It was a very close fight, though. But, I mean, it's a close fight against someone that's nowhere near the top 10. Granted, that was a little bit of a while ago now. So where is he now? What improvements has he made now? I want to see him go for it. I want to see him give it a go. I want to see him try. But I don't know. I just don't know if he's going to. He'll entertain all of you, said Felix. Whether you hate him or not, he's got your attention. He's making more money than any of us, and that's the real dub. Well, that might be it. As we said, if really the goal is to hoodwink people and say, I'm working hard at this, I want to be a world champion, but his real goal is actually to just get as many big paydays as possible, he is absolutely taking dubs. He's taking massive dubs. He is absolutely raking it in, and people are tuning in, and they're watching him. Not down on any of that. Not down on any of that at all. The frustrating thing is when he talks about being a world champion and then does anything he can to not progress with that, you know. So, yeah, a win against Mike Perry. Took a bit longer than expected. I'm sure that'll be a bit frustrating for him, but listen, a win is a win is a win. And I completely agree. He is the best of the influencer boxers. Completely agree. I have no doubt he beats KSI. No, I have no doubt at all. He should get that fight done as soon as possible. Get it out the way. Get it done. Get it out the way. Get the Mike Tyson thing done. Get it out the way. Don't call out Alex Pereira. That doesn't achieve anything. Get these nonsense fights done. Then get stuck into some ranked fighters. And then let's see kind of what level is that, and, you know, whether that world championship is going to be his or not. He said he will be the cruiserweight champion, and then he called out Pereira. This guy isn't serious, says Macca. If social media wasn't around, then Jake would not be where he is. He is not a star talent, said Christopher. Okay, let's shut this down. We're going to get a few more final comments and then wrap this thing up. Get in your thoughts. If you are a Jake Paul fan, was you impressed? Do you think he's on his way to being a world champion? If you are a Jake Paul hater, are you? What were your thoughts? Do you think that he took too long to put Mike Perry away? Salt Pappy is a better boxer than Jake Paul, said Glenn. Chaz said, is boxing for money and exposure. Him and his brother are stupid rich. They don't need to take many risks. He won't fight anyone because that would be a risk. Justin said, cruiserweight in boxing is around £200. Daze, you need to time out that person that's doing the Donald Trump stuff. Yeah, start Donald Trump 2024. I understand that you are passionate about Donald Trump, but can we keep it boxing? AB Jobson said, Jake Paul is really awful boxer. He will never accept the challenge from Breedis, even after the Leighton has lost 2 fights in a row against Upper Thai, and that is 40 years old, says AB Jobson. Can you shout out my brother Simon, said Adam. Yeah, shout out to you, Simon. But the Alec Pereira fight should not happen. Jake knows who he can beat even before the fight happens. White Walker was very impressed. Brandon said, go for Brock MMA fight. Serge said, because at the end of the day, him and his brother keep making money. Donald Trump says, sorry. That's okay. Hawks said, his fights aren't staged. They are just booking him easier fights. The Navaldo says he mentions big names to stay relevant. John said, if you want to impress me, then Jake needs to fight Deontay Wilder. Well, he's not a heavyweight, he's a cruiserweight. And he's not that level either. I mean, Deontay Wilder's like, you know, top 10 heavyweight. Jake's not that level. I don't know what level Jake's at. I genuinely don't know. I don't have an answer to that. I would love to know. But I know what he's not, and that's he's not a top 10 fighter. I don't even believe him to be a top 20, maybe even top 30. I don't know quite. I do remember that one of the organizations said they would put Jake in the top 40 if he beats Tommy Fury, and that caused a lot of outrage. He didn't, so he isn't. But I don't know, it might not be too hard for him to get into that top 40. Whether he belongs there or not, I'm not sure. But one of the organizations said, and of course they would, because then if they start putting on his fights and the organization's involved, they get a cut of the money, don't they? So of course they're going to do that. It wouldn't necessarily be a reflection of where he is, like, in the rankings for real, you know? But, listen, I wish him all the best. I might seem like I'm down on him, but then I spent most of this stream telling people I thought he was going to win. I said at the start, I don't have a dog in this fight. I don't care about reputation. I don't care if you like him or don't like him. I just look at the boxing. I just look at the fighting. I thought he had enough to get past Mike Perry. I think he'll have enough to get past Mike Tyson. A 60-year-old, near 60-year-old Mike Tyson. I think he would beat Alec Pereira in boxing. I think he beats KSI. So I'm looking at all these fights thinking he's winning all of those. So give me a fight where I'm not as certain. Give me a fight where I'm actually interested in which way is this going to go. You lot made me interested in this one. I felt very confident Jake was getting the win, but the community were a lot more 50-50 on it. And then that was kind of making me doubt. Like, people are really into this. There's a lot more. I think, wasn't it like 51-49? Something like that. 51%, 49%. It did put a seed of doubt in my mind. And Mike Perry being as durable and resilient as what he was, you did start to wonder, could he find a shot? I mean, he's eating these shots. Could he come back with something? But I would love to see Jake go in there with someone that I genuinely feel like, this is close. This is 50-50. Some people thought that was this fight. Some people think that'll be the Tyson fight. Some people might think it's the KSI fight. I look at all those and I've got Jake as firm favourite. So this is why I would like to see him, like, you know, really getting in there and competing. But it is also true, I will watch the Mike Tyson fight. I will watch the KSI. I will tune into these because there is a buzz, there's an excitement, there's enough people thinking that they're going to beat Jake, and this is the moment he gets knocked out. And all the while he's banking and cashing checks, isn't he? All the while is you know, robbing a bank, really. I don't begrudge him any of that. Fair play. He's found a way of making money, and listen, there was a risk in there. That Mike Perry fight, it wasn't that easy at the end of the day. Certainly not as easy. He said first round finish, but not as easy as what I think he thought it was going to be. But right, we're done anyway. We are done. A big thank you to everyone that's joined us. I hope you enjoyed this stream. We will be back next week with UFC 304. We do wrestling during the week, but next weekend is UFC 304 from Manchester. Some really good fights on that card. Looking forward to that. We've got 2 title fights. I think the interim heavyweights on the line with Aspinall. Certainly that welterweight belt is Leon Edwards against Bilal. So we'll be doing that. We'll be back with Joshua later in the year. We'll be back with Mike Tyson, Jake Paul. If we can get other boxing in, we will definitely look to do it. We are juggling wrestling and UFC as well, though. But a big thank you to everyone that joined us tonight. I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you feel like it was not a waste of time or a waste of money. Or if you didn't buy it, then hopefully you just had fun hanging out, sharing your thoughts. Appreciate the support, my friends. Really do. Hope you had a great evening. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And I will see you again next time. Bye for now.